Well, good morning from Warner Park. Third day of this regional match between the Leeward Islands and Guyana. And Guyana, of course, batting a second time. They resumed their position, their overnight position of 137 for 1, trailing by some 5 runs after being led on first innings by the Leeward Islands by 142 runs. Guyana, of course, in their first innings would have scored 193, to which the Leeward Islands replied with 335. But of course, yesterday we saw a massive collapse by the Leeward Islands. We had Hamilton, and it was Hamilton and what's his name again? Carty, in fact, who took the score from 131 for 4 to 293 for 5, a 162 runs partnership. And then the rest of 5 wickets fell for 42 runs. And at lunch yesterday, the Leewards were 280 for 4. And they lost their last 6 wickets for 55 runs. I say good morning to Carlisle, and 5 runs adrift Guyana. And one would think that the approach would be to get a good start here this morning and consolidate on what I would term a pretty good position for Guyana, a good fight back by them.
Good morning, Earl, and good morning to all our listeners and viewers, wherever you might be. And yes, Guyana are trailing by 5 runs, and I'm sure that if you look at yesterday, you would definitely have to say that Guyana made the better use of the day's play, because the Leewards got away to a very good start. And then, having gone to lunch, sitting pretty, the Leewards were bundled out for 335, losing their last 6 wickets for 55 runs. And this is something that we saw in a game previously. Right here at Warner Park, the Leewards were 338 for 4 and all out for 433 runs. So they haven't learned a lot in terms of how to pace an innings, how to make sure that they bat themselves and stay ahead of the game, and so gave up an advantage with Guyana batting very well. Tea time 49 for no loss, and at stumps 137 for 1. You would have to say that Guyana, they have played a better game in terms of thinking out the game, especially in the latter half of the Leeward's inning and then in their second inning response.
Yes, certainly, and I somewhat like the approach of the Guyana team in the second innings. Perez, he got 49. And in the end gave it away, but he was very positive. He was not afraid to go after the bowling. And the innings, of course, was anchored by Nando, who is there still at the end of the day's play, and will start today. And he batted quite well, Nando. And he was on 53 not out. And, of course, Anderson has joined him. He's on 31 not out. And Anderson has been having a very good match, 77 not out in the first innings. So the umpire is just waiting for the clock to tick around to the 10 o'clock hour. Karim Go will start at the far end. We've had some 42 overs yesterday. And right away, Anderson is getting runs out to extra cover, picks up 2. Lots of time, as we keep repeating, we kept repeating yesterday, lots of time in the game still. This is just the start of day 3. Track the Carlisle looks a very good one still. In fact, what little assistance might have been in there for the fast bowlers in particular that seem to have gone out of the track. Quick single to mid-on, and they get it quite easily. So based on how these two have started, it seems as though the approach is going to be aggressive in terms of looking to pick up runs as quickly as possible. Of course, using their discretion, of course, they are immediately looking for sharp singles. And I guess Nando, who would have anchored the innings yesterday, would continue to anchor the innings. Opportunity here for Nando to get a big one. He has had a start. Of course, it's a new day. Interesting though that Lee was opting to go with spin right away. So we have had the first over of the day, 3 runs coming from that over. First over being bowled by Go. And seems as though Thomas will pick up the attack from the media center end.
Was not overly impressive yesterday. Bowled too many deliveries right in the half volley length area and got driven away for runs. So let's hope that he can pull it together a little better today, O'Shane Thomas. And I think part of the reason why Graves had to bowl that extended spell was because Thomas and Spencer were not really good with the ball.
So he marks his run, and I would agree with you, Carlisle. Perhaps, as you said, Graves given an extended spell due to the fact that these two were not bowling, putting the ball in the right areas. Thomas at times being guilty of over pitching and being driven. And let's see what he would serve up. As we look on the mound, we see some tourists well seated, basking in the sun. I'm pretty certain they're from one of the ships in the harbor. Anderson gets a single immediately from the first delivery of this over. Spoke with a gentleman when I was coming into the grounds this morning. In fact, on the mound, I met this gentleman, Carlisle, and he's a tourist. He's on one of came into Warner Park, no doubt, to see the grounds and to take a couple photos. Nando will take strike from Thomas, left-handed Nando. Just the two fielders on the onside, and we've seen a lot of that in this match. From both sides, in fact, and he's a no ball. Being signaled. So Thomas overstepping early.
I like to see bowlers when they are called for no ball. They act puzzled as if they as if somebody, the umpire, made a mistake in the call, and then inquire as to how much. Listen, run-ups should be measured, and you should have the same run-up all the time. The tapes don't lie.
This one is closer to the off stump. It's not a no ball. But nowadays we see the run-ups being measured by the bowlers. They always take out the tape. Once ago, Carlisle, it was a question of steps.
Yeah, but if you measure your run-up and you have a marker, and you start your run-up at the same point every single delivery. Why should you overstep? The stumps don't move, the crease does not move.
Interesting though, the bowlers they do mark, they run, but some bowlers, as in the case of Thomas, they run beyond the mark.
4.
Over pitch delivery and driven into the vacant. Long on position for 4. So there we go, over pitching once more. And not starting too well this morning, Thomas.
Didn't start too well yesterday either. Here is my problem with Thomas, who is a professional. In that he has 2 fielders on the onside. He knows what his field is. And he still bowls a full toss such as that on the legs, 3 runs down to the boundary.
And just timing it nicely. Shot down the onside. Here we go again, Carlisle. 2 on the on, and he's going down the onside. Tickle, just a slight tickle on that, and it would have run away for 4 down to fine leg.
I always tell people, in a professional setup such as we have in West Indies cricket nowadays, the bowlers, when they are not playing matches, should be at work. That is their job. You must be able to do target bowling. So this is the spot where you want to put the ball, and you must be able to be right on the button. And I said the same thing about batsmen. Batting is about angles. The same thing with bowling is all about angles. So you have 9 fielders, the bowler and the wicket keeper. You can play the very best shots in the world directly to the fielders, and it makes no sense apart from saying good shot, nice save. You have to find the angles, so you have to play in the gaps. So what it means is that you as a batsman have to train yourself like a golfer. You know that you're hitting this ball and you must know where you want the ball to go. Not hit and miss. Not, I guess.
Of course, 10 good-looking shots straight to the field zone. Results in no runs. Mm-hmm. So you're also correct, Carlisle. The batsmen definitely would have to look for the gaps, look for the angles, and it's not just about putting bat to ball, but it goes beyond that. That is how we are going to accumulate the runs, and not only looking for the angles. Of course, there's the question of playing with soft hands and looking to pick up singles also.
Yeah, we didn't see a lot of that yesterday from the Leewards. In the session where they came back out after lunch with 2 set batsmen well past their half centuries, we saw the batsmen being frustrated by wide bowling and going hard at the balls and giving up very easy wickets. And this is what I term as indiscipline. If you're either batting or you're fielding.
Most definitely.
We didn't bat well, and now we're fielding.
So that one going past the outside edge. Of course, the Guyana team, they've gone past the deficit. They're now 4 runs ahead. This one in the air, but down towards third man, and it's 4. Looking to cut. Peeled off the outer edge to the right of Cornwall, who used that slip. In the air for a while, but safe, and 4 runs. So far, so good for Guyana. And they've managed to go past that deficit with just 1 wicket down, and certainly this has been a strong reply here by Guyana. Looking confident, these 2 batsmen, and playing well. Anderson has moved on to 39. Of course, Nandu has been there for some time. He is 57 from 136 deliveries. Nicely worked off the pads, but just for a single though. And takes the batsman Anderson into the 40s. He's exactly 40. So Guyana, of course, in a pretty strong position at the moment. Having gone past that deficit and now in front, with just 1 wicket down. And certainly the pressure now would be on the Leeward Islands.
Well, the game is balanced, I would say, because you have 2 days completed, you have 2 innings completed. Guyana are just ahead of the Leewards, and so it's a fresh start is anybody's game. You know what, day 3 with the 3rd inning being played, it means that if Leewards were to get Guyana out very quickly, say for a score of about 300, then they would have that target to chase in terms of 200 from here on in. But if Guyana bat very well and are batting at the end of the day, then I'm sure that they would have a pretty good score on the board.
So far, so good for Guyana, though.
Good delivery, great delivery.
That one certainly nipped back.
If it touched anything, it wouldn't result in anything good because Joel Andrew dropped it behind the stumps.
The batsman Anderson was indicating that he took the thigh pad, but
let the umpire decide.
Exactly.
He's not there to make a decision for us. What Joel Andrew has to do is to catch the ball.
That's right.
And then have the appeal.
Exactly.
Let the umpire decide. I have never seen a batsman, well, I've seldom seen batsmen walk, but I've seen them say that they didn't touch it, even when the evidence suggests that they touched it. So you have to do what you have to do behind the stumps. Joel Andrew must, first of all, catch the ball. But it was an excellent delivery by O'Shane Thomas. We want to see more like that.
Delivery which nipped back is one angled into the right-handed Anderson. So a much better start to this over. And the question is how well would he come out of this over. His first over of the day was not a very good one, but it started well. This one seemed to have taken on the pad. I heard two sounds, might have been an inside edge, might have been angling down also.
But it has been a better start to the over. He's asking questions this time around.
Most definitely. Thomas, of course, has the extra pace. Stein Anderson is well behind it. But nevertheless, another good delivery, not giving the batsman any room to free his hand. Just the three fielders on the onside. There's a mid-on, there's a square leg, back on the boundary, long leg back on the boundary. That's the onside field. And then there's a slip, a gully, backward point. Full face of the bat, up to mid-off. Just to continue that offside field is a cover in place, a short cover. And mid-off. And Hamilton will go into what looks like an extra cover position, or more of a wideish mid-off, a short mid-off. Fended there by Anderson. So, end of a very good over there by Thomas. And the maiden over it was.
I agree. He asked more questions. It was back of a length, not full toss or half volley length. And so he asked more questions of Anderson in that over. And this is what you want to see. You want to see the Leewards putting together a good series of overs and putting some pressure back on the batsmen. Because when they are scoring so freely and so easily, it just takes the pressure completely off of the batting side and allows them to go about their duties free.
We saw yesterday the Guyana team went out after lunch and they attacked basically one side of the wicket. They set an offside field, at times just two fielders. In fact, at times one fielder on the onside. And it paid off for them, but here's a poor delivery from Go down the onside. Keeper just getting a glove to it, but no run. Driven and knocked down by the bowler. This one goes up to square leg. And Graves is moving to his right to field. For the spinner though, there's a more balanced field. But 5 on the on, 4 on the off. The onside mid wicket is in place. Deep mid wicket. There's a long on in place also. This one is worked into the onside. And Henry has some work to do on the mid wicket boundary, just a single. Blessed with very good weather so far in this match. And, Victor would tell you that Barstow would have had some rain overnight. Don't know if you would have had any rain in your neck of the wood overnight, Carlisle.
A little, not a lot. Just enough to keep down the dust.
Oh, well, at least it's something. And you actually, I would say you actually live on the drier side of Nevis, I would say. Or is it the windward side that's the drier side?
Going over, I would suggest Butler's, Eden Brown, that side. They seem to be in a dry spot. Four Seasons area seem to get most of the rain.
Of course, we're seeing the two ships in the harbour.
Passed them this morning, the Vista and the Discovery.
And of course, we do have a few tourists from that ship. I can see the gentleman over by the pylon for the lights. He and his wife are probably well seated. They just came back into the ground, the gentleman from Yorkshire. And he's having a look at the game. Of course, Yorkshire, of course, being a county for some famous players. Our good friend Boycott, for example, Joe Root is from Yorkshire, plays for Yorkshire. Quite a number of illustrious cricketers that have come out of Yorkshire.
Have you been?
They've never been to England, Carlisle.
So you haven't seen the great Headingley?
Never. I've seen it on TV. I've never been to England. And I would say that's on my bucket list. This time is short and lifting. So just praying for long life
I'm going to ask you the next question then. Have you been to Guyana?
I've never been to Guyana either.
Oh, you're missing out. It's a beautiful country. Lots of good things to do in Guyana.
I would imagine. I guess you would have traveled the Caribbean quite a lot. And, I know definitely you have been to England several times. Been to Barbados, unfortunately not to Trinidad. Been to Jamaica. And of course all of the Leeward Islands. I've traveled to all of the Leeward Islands. And but I've never been to any of the Windward Islands.
You still have a lot of traveling to do. Thomas is in the middle of a good spell. He has put together a good sequence of deliveries. And he is hoping that he has now warmed up to his task. He has a bit more protection on the onside as well. There are 4 feelers. 3, correction.
And seems to be bowling a lot straighter. Well, in fact, attacking the stumps more and forcing the batsman to play. And this is what the Leewards require at this point. They cannot afford to be leaking runs. It's now 152 for 1. Lead at the moment 10, Guyana. Couple of wickets here, Carlisle. They would be thinking in terms of 10 for 3. So it's just a question of the bowlers persevering, bowling a good line and length. But these 2 batsmen, though, for Guyana, they have looked good. They looked very good yesterday, and they've come out today and have hardly been beaten. Short, and Nandu goes on it.
No ball again.
So wasted effort there by Thomas. Well, perhaps not really wasted. Perhaps a message would have been sent to the batsman. As Nandu walks away towards square leg and regathers his composure. Oh, this one is wide of the off stump. And he gets away with it. Not wide enough for white to be called by the umpire. So the over comes to an end. We've had some 6 overs completed in the morning's play. And 137 at the start of the day. It's now 153, so 16 runs so far in the morning's play.
I suspect that you're going to get another 1, 2 at most from O'Shane Thomas, and then you would be looking to replace him. At the other end, we noticed that Spin has been bowling for the whole of the morning session and not doing a bad job either.
It's Kareem Go who is in operation.
He did get one to bite, and Anderson played a cut shot, didn't quite get to the measure of it, but it flew wide of the fielder at first slip.
Shown good control though. This one is too short though, but in fact they're getting the run as the ball rebounds from Graves, who's that extra cover. And the single taken. So you would give Thomas another over to Carlisle. And my question is, who would you replace him with from this end?
Oh, listen, you pick Spencer as a bowler, he has to bowl. If he's good enough to be in the side, he has to be good enough to show what he's worth.
Most definitely. Here again is another good delivery. And he's been bowling to his fielder, Go. So he's really keeping the scoring rate in check. He's in his fifth over, has conceded 15 runs so far. This one is played straight back to him. He fields to his own bowling, so he's been doing a good job. This time he gets it away down to long on for a single. And the score's now gone down to 165 for one. And Thomas will be back.
You're being a little bit generous, Earl. It's 155 for one. You gave them 10 extra runs.
10 extra runs, yes. Probably need to keep my glasses on. So Thomas will continue. At the end of this over, Carla, you'll be joined by the famous Victor Eddy. Celebrity, of course. Understand that when Victor played in St. Kitts and he scored 100, he slept that night in his pads. Slept with his pads on.
That could not have been too comfortable at all. It means that he didn't take a shower that night. I don't expect him to shower in his pads. This one played up to cover by Nando.
That's a nice one.
Yes. Yes, those were his lucky pads. Looks like that might have taken the fielder there on the shin. That's Gore. Use that cover. Of course, there's a lot said about Victor in his cricketing days. I would have asked him about he's playing fast bowling the other than Keith Boyce. You know, Keith Boyce softened him up and then got him. Right here in Warner Park.
That was my first regional.
Your first regional match. So, understand he had a tough time against his good partner, Andy Roberts also, Carlisle, at Leeward Islands level. Oh, that match in Antigua. Yes, I understand that Andy Roberts struck him in the stomach. And his father was looking at that match and the father spat blood. So the father seemed to have taken the blow for him. But Victor Eddy, renowned for his spin prowess. Of course, he will join you at the end of the over. Would have had a successful carry at regional level. Did very well at Leeward Islands level also. And, you know, always held up the division spin bowlers Parry and Willett. He and Elston Tuckett.
Yeah, he was a good match. That's true.
Nicely played into the offside, just backward of point. And Nando picks up another run.
Early in his career, he went to Canada and studied to go with academics.
And the Carl, I guess you'd have seen Elston Tuckett bat at Leeward Islands level.
Just a bit, not a lot.
Very good batsman. And he and Victor, they would have formed. So, yes, they are related. He's related to Carl Tuckett. You know, he and Victor would have formed some very good partnerships for St. Kitts. Plummer, now by profession. I think he's a pastor also. Outside the off stump. No ball signal, another no ball. Carl Tuckett himself, I understand, does a bit of preaching at the Shiloh Baptist Church in Nevis. Of course, going in leaps and bounds as a regional umpire, Carl Tuckett. In the meantime, his son Carlan going in leaps and bounds as a I would say an all-rounder, because he keeps wickets also, and he has been scoring some useful runs. In fact, he got his first class 100, as this one is played down to deepish mid-on for single. In fact, Carlin would have picked up his first class century this season. So it's now 158 for one, and one delivery left in this over.
Earl, when you get off, just perhaps step next door and get the operators of the scoreboard to brighten the scoreboard, because we can hardly read what's on it.
Well, you're quite fortunate. Your eyes are better than mine. I've not seen anything at all but an outline turned into the onside up to square leg. And a single completes the over, 159 for one. And Carlisle, it's over to you and Victor.
So 22 runs scored in the first half hour of third day's play. And Nando has taken his score on to 61. And so he has still been there, batting very patiently. And you look at the way that they have scored, and in particular the way that he has left some deliveries today, and indeed yesterday. And you wonder if the Leeward's batsmen are looking at this, because yesterday they seemed very intent on going after wide deliveries and gifting their wickets away.
Good morning to you, Carlisle, and to all our listeners and viewers. And you're quite rightly with Nando's assessment. And I shortly was in conversation with Hugo, and he said to tell you all the very best and good morning.
He's a good man.
Well, he's listening and following, and you say he's enjoying the deliberation and the conversations and so forth. So he asked me to extend that to you.
Good morning, Husey. He's a good man.
Right. But Nando, and to extend upon your point there, Carlisle, I hope that the attention, because it did happen in the Jamaica match with the Leeward Islands batsmen, where they got out in similar ways like they got out in their innings again at Warner Park again, same venue, making the same mistakes. See?
It's always going to be four. The line there is bad by Kareem Agor, and he has consistently been bowling there. The fielder is a little bit wide on the 45, and so he just has to get enough bat on it to clear Mickey Louis on the 45, and that will always be 4 runs.
Yeah, and
I mean, what is the purpose of that particular delivery?
Right.
He can't defend in terms of runs, drying up the runs, and he's not going to get a wicket from that ball.
You're so correct, Carlisle. And one of the things too, as the left armer, probably if you go around the wicket with having more of the fielders on this side of the field and looking to pitch it off stump, coming into the left hand there, he'll more get it between centre and leg.
Mm-hmm.
So his direction, and you spoke about those things where bowlers must have their angles. And say, for instance, with O'Shane Thomas, I realized at no time he tried going around the
No,
wicket
he did. He went around the wicket a
to
couple of
to the
times.
left-hander.
Yeah.
To the left-hander. Well, when you go around though to the left-hander as a seam bowler, if you can bowl that outswinger from around the wicket, that is a very good delivery. Because if you're going to go into the pads, the batsman could just work you. But if you're going to send it across the left-hander, it's a different proposition. But as you said, it's their job, and they must work on these different angles.
And
It's
this
their
is a
profession.
Poor delivery.
Yeah.
Very wide of the leg stump. And already Nando was going inside his wicket and trying to help it around. So he missed it. Over completed though. 51 overs in the innings so far. And Guyana continue to move ahead nicely. 163 for 1. Their lead is 21. But the fact that they're 163 for 1 is a good signal, is a good sign for the rest of the batting unit to say, listen, you just have to be patient on this pitch and wait for the bad deliveries, and you can make some progress.
Yes, indeed, and also to take these two who are present at the crease, how they are accumulating their runs, how they are assessing all the bowlers. So the incoming batters should take the example of how Nando and Anderson is batting. And what also we would observe to Carlisle that immediately after overs, both batsmen will meet mid-pitch and have a short conversation, obviously discussing, well, we have it going good. This is just by speculation. No indiscretions. Let's keep it like that.
Change of bowling. Spencer will be replacing O'Shane Thomas from the media center end.
Okay, and Spencer as the left armour coming from the media centre end, the other end of the ground. Spencer, your object now should be looking to pitch it just on about centre, leaving the right-hander. Let us see if he will be on that line and length.
Starts with a wide delivery, which is played down to the fielder at third man, and they'll get a single.
And what was even good about that stroke too from Anderson, he just caressed it, didn't try anything extravagant because it was there for him to just extend his arm and get another single. And also too, that is a very good thing that they are both doing. They are also waiting for the bad balls when they present themselves. They're getting boundaries. But apart from that, they're accumulating the singles. So exchanging the strike where bowlers would have to adjust their lines, especially like how it's a left and right hander at the moment, and Nando is looking very compact. For how he's going, Carlisle, I believe something good will have to get his wicket. But 164 for 1, and I'm in agreement with you to Carlisle that these two fully understand. This is day 3. This is the first session, the first objective. It seems like for how they're going. Let us see if we can bat to lunch. Because they have not shown any indiscretions, and that is very good about the partnership thus far. As you would say, intelligent cricket. One more run to the total. 165 it is now for 1 with Kevlon Anderson. He's not out of, and 43 of 77 deliveries, and Macho Nandu 66 from 165 deliveries. But Nando would not be perturbed about how many deliveries have we faced for each just 66. It's 3 sessions without any interruption on day 3, and once you're there, you will get runs. Oh my! Down on the third man boundary, that was a bad miss there, Carlisle.
Yeah, it was a bit of a fall shot. Went in the ear wide of the fielder there at gully and went down to third man. Walsh is on the boundary. Had what should have been a pretty easy save. He was around in good time bubbled it, and it went over the boundary. And this is what you don't want to see from your fielding unit. Leeward's already batted poorly to finish the inning. So you need to have some strength in the fielding. And that was so casual that he just gave up 3 runs as quickly and as easily as that. Pushes Anderson on to 47.
And a lot of times, good feeling, a lot of times, especially if a bowler bowls a loose delivery, it inspires the bowler to come back and most of the times find a proper good line and length. But there's just some adjustments in the field placement where just 3 fielders now on the onside of the wicket, Carlisle. So let us see what Spencer would do. But where is Cornwall feeling?
4th slip.
But Carlisle, what can be, how much can the wicket keeper cover?
No, he can't cover that space. It's too much. But
too
it's part of the modern era of cricket. It makes the oldsters, the old timers like us look foolish. Because in the old days, you would not have had that greater a distance between the keeper and the first person that slipped.
Because a real crafty batsman too with that field placement will play a nice late cut all along the ground and get 4 runs. Like for example, another batsman might get further across, but at the end of the over, the total remains 169 for 1. Would have gotten further across, head over it, and just try to guide it all along the ground. But it's about still that is still a good thing that the batsmen are aware now. Here is the slip cordon gone more to the batsman right, and they just decide they're not going to play at the deliveries, which is not on their stumps.
Change of bowling from the far end, and we'll be seeing Cornwall coming in for his first ball of the day. He left the field early yesterday, but he has been back on from the start of play today.
Carla, when these 2 batsmen came together,
78 for 1.
78 for 1. It's now 169 for the same one. So they are building a good partnership here, these 2. And obviously, I believe their intentions would be to try and go to the luncheon interval, both of them not out, and whatsoever their total would be at that particular time. If they get there, they will be satisfied. And this guy Nando is really playing real sensible. He tucked it around the corner, but it was good feeling by the fieldsman moving to his left as a bowling change from the southern end. Rakeem Cornwall, the captain himself, coming in to see if he can break this partnership.
Now we're seeing a very foolish run out here. Ball was driven by Nando down to the fielder at mid-off. It was driven firmly, and he took off running full speed. Anderson at the other end decided, listen, there is not a single in it. And both batsmen ended up at the same end. The throw came in, it was a good throw. Andrew took his time and then took the bails off. The 2 batsmen are stranded down at the far end, and the umpires are in conference. They are now trying to decide which of the batters is out. And it seems to me as if Nando is taking the walk back to the pavilion. He had played so beautifully for his 66, was so patient, and then this error in judgment.
Yeah.
I'm sure that Dylan will have us take a second look at it. But he played it firmly. It went straight to the fielder. To my mind, there was never a run in it. But he, with the momentum, set off running. And Walsh just picked it up, had a throw back in. And Anderson had turned and gone back into his crease. Nando was there wondering, what have I done? What he has done is to sacrifice his wicket. 169 for 1 now turns to 169 for 2. And Nando, for all his patience, has made an error in judgment and has run himself out.
Yes, a big error in judgment on behalf of Nandu. And as you quite rightly say, and our viewers would be seeing it, he struck it firmly, and it was also to a very outstanding fielder in Hayden Walsh, batting so well to have that risk which was totally uncalled for.
Brain fade.
Brain fate. But all well said and done, and how costly now can this dismissal by that unfortunate way that Nando got run out would be to the Guyana team? We'll just have to wait and see. But very well played, though, in terms of how he went about the innings. But that was really a mistake he would never like to repeat in the future.
Tevin Imlak has come to the crease to replace Nando and is off the mark right away. A shorter delivery, which is turned down backward of square, so he is on the way. Now 170 for the loss of 2 wickets. We were looking there. There were, 91 the partnership between them. They hadn't gifted any opportunities.
I think none of them gave any chances.
No.
One of the things I always believe to Carlisle, that any new batsman coming to the crease, well, he's not on strike now. I like to see when captains put fielders in more attacking positions for a newcomer to the crease. Don't put him right away in a comfort zone where he can easily get off the mark, and sometimes just for psychological reasons you bring in a silly mid off, a silly mid on. A guy just coming to the crease. You could never tell what it might place to the mentality of the batsman.
So the Leewards have picked up another wicket. It's 170 for the loss of 2 wickets. And I'm sure that Nando would be back in the pavilion, sitting down, saying to himself, the lead is only 28. What have I done? I was within touching distance of a very good century.
Yes, indeed. He was showing all the aspects of that possibilities, but in the end, his misjudgment was very poor. And obviously, his coach would not be pleased at all with that, and no doubt we'll have a strong conversation with Nando, and Nando would accept too that that was such poor judgment on his behalf. But a valuable partnership, but you more likely, as you say, it's only 28 runs in the lead, Guyana, so. Oh, yes. 2 more runs to the Guyana total, and 2 more runs for Imlak. So he's on to 3, 172 now. It is 4-2. A special welcome to all our viewers wherever you are. We are live here at Warner Park. It's Guyana versus the Leeward Islands. Guyana batted first on day 1, and they were all out for 193. And of that 193, it was a very brilliant 77 not out by Kevlon Anderson, who has now 4 regional centuries, and that's very good. And right now he is not out on 47, but he's the non-striker. Yeah, he's the non-striker. And another thing to Carlisle, it is so obvious to batsmen where else the bowler is going to bowl. Heavy pack offside field. I would like to believe, Tokala, you might have a different view. When it is so obvious of the field placement, it definitely gives the batsman more an impetus as to what the bowler is going to be doing is putting it right on the off stump.
With the fielder down at deep backward square, how much use is that fielder going to get? Is he going to be bowling short?
Well, that is the only reason why I see that fielder would have been placed there.
So
That
with
is,
this line, which is full outside the line of the off stump,
uh,
that fielder is useless.
it's useless. That's right. I'll agree with
Easier
that.
to get him to field at mid wicket, and then he can bowl a little straighter.
That's right. That's right. Because,
If he's going to bowl short, or fair enough.
but he has not
We haven't
indicated.
seen a short delivery.
And so why? What's the purpose? So that all those equations come into the game. You must put the feelers where you're more likely, possibly looking to take a wicket. Well, let's just see if he'll bowl a short ball, but it's outside the off stump and it's struck nicely. It's going close to the deep extra cover boundary, but it's Hayden Walsh Jr. very quick on the outfield. But in the meantime, though, the batsmen were able to get 2 more runs. And Carlisle is so right. If you're not going to really try the short ball on the leg stump with more effort going into it, which would be more likely a quicker delivery where you're trying to bring this fielder into play. But up to now, we have not seen that. So he is in an irrelevant position at this moment. And you made such a valuable point, Carlisle, about the angles. Well, he might surprise us. Let us wait and see. We get in a home, should we?
For Spencer really to trouble you, he's going to have to be fuller. He's a bit short. He's going to have to be a little bit fuller if you're going to bring those players and the offside into play. That's better, but still a little bit too short. End of the over though, 174 for 2. The lead by the Guyana team, that lead is now at 32.
Yes, 32. Well, Guyana at this particular moment, putting aside the unfortunate dismissal by the run out by Nando, their batting has depth, Carlisle. They have some depth in their batting. And for Anderson as being the informed batsman and looking in no difficulty at this particular moment, if others, like Imlak, who is with him now, if these two can compile another valuable partnership, that will serve the purpose of Guyana team very well. But on the other hand, if the Leewards can get a few quicker wickets now, even before the luncheon interval, then we can see a different complex of the outcome of which way this match will go either way. Playing each delivery on its merit is Kevlin Anderson. No indiscretions he did use in his first innings when he got 77 not out, and in the second innings that he's now batting is repeating that same thing. And that forward defensive, we in the older days time would say, read the maker's name off the face of the bat. And 174 for 2 is the total for Guyana batting the second time. Anderson is demonstrating and showing Cornwall the maker's name on the full face of the bat and pad close together. As much as the sunlight is with us, not even a semblance of that can get between bat and pad. It is so unorthodox, a model of defense. Good assessment there by Anderson, displaying 1 out to deep cover where the fielder had to come off a deep point area. It looked like it could be Mikael Louis, who is the fielder out in that position. But another run to Anderson. It's 175 now for 2 Guyana batting a second time.
It's a little bit short, so it gave the opportunity for him to go back, create some additional room for himself by the depth, and got a single.
No, for example, okay, Imlak has just arrived to the crease. Why not per se a forward shortly?
two batsmen out, Perez for 49 and Nando for 66. Nando got himself in. Had faced 167 balls when he took off for a run that was never there. And he was run out by the whole length of the pitch. Two batsmen ended up in the same crease. And so he got himself out for 66, having done the hard work and looked good. Cornwall has now picked up one for 42 from his 16 overs bowled.
Yes, Nando did really run out himself, really. That was totally uncalled for, but anyway, a prize wicket for the Leeward Island.
Full length this time by Spencer. That's better, because when he's short, he's too predictable, too easy to play. And so a fuller length is going to serve him a lot better.
Well, let us see if we can have that level of consistency to go there again, which was a good delivery. And if he can just repeat it, it will also should give him some more confidence in his bowling. Now Cornwall making an adjustment, but you see, we could say he has what, two gullies, a cover and a mid-off. A very valuable partnership it was, though, between Nando and Anderson, which yielded some 91 runs. But I'm sure Nando would not like to see a replay of his indiscretion in the way he got to run out himself. The lead is presently 33. Guyana has a lead of 33. 2 wickets are down. $175 for 2. $176 now. It is for 2. Getting an easy single where the fielder from Buckwood Square Leg had to come in and field. In the meantime, the batsmen were able to get a run. So Imlak, he is on 5, while Anderson is 49, not out. Anderson is the non-striker. Not going to be invited Imlak to go at those wide deliveries outside the right-handers off stump. Seems much more prepared that when it's on the wicket, we'll try to assess which is the more appropriate stroke to play.
Just a touch too short, and that final delivery of the over defended easily into the offside, and so we have seen the end of the first hour's play here at Warner Park on day number 3, and Guyana resuming from the overnight position at 137 for 1 with Nando on 53 and Anderson on 31. They have gone to the first water break at 176 for the loss of 2 wickets. And so it means that they have added some 39 runs and lost a wicket in the hour. And so you can say that the Leewards have pulled it back slightly. Guyana, they are still batting with 2 wickets down, 176. It means that there are just 34 runs in the lead. And so the game very much in the balance here. You can call that 34 for the loss of 2 wickets. So a rebuilding is needed by Guyana. Leewards need to continue to take wickets. But at the water break, Guyana 176 for 2. We too will enjoy a water break.
Well, we're back here at Warner Park. Play continuing after that water break. And Guyana, of course, looking to rebuild here after losing that wicket. Wicket going by the run-out route, of course. Mix up between the overnight batsman Anderson and Nando. They were batting quite well and certainly giving it away. Never thought that the single was on. And Nando found himself stranded at the far end. So 176. And you take some 142 from that. Means that they are some make it now 35. It's now 177, 35. Effectively 35 for 2 Guyana. So still evenly balanced. The track continues to play well. Of course, the captain Imlak is there. He's on 5. And has looked good so far. He's sweeping and sweeping well. And it goes down to backward square. Just a single.
Yeah, and these two batsmen will have to also, that's Imlak, the captain, and Anderson, who has been batting well to try and put another partnership, a good one together for Guyana.
Meantime, Anderson would have moved on to 50. He has brought up his 50 from some 95 deliveries. And he has scored his second 50 in this match, 77 not out in the first innings. Once again, doing quite well here.
Yeah. And this 50 also too, he did not give a chance thus far in the innings and looked very collective, very well organized as a batsman, and a very well played 50.
Actually, there's not much has been offered by the Guyanese batsmen to the Leeward Island fielders, and never looked like getting a wicket with Leewards. In fact, the wicket came by the run-out route, and a bit of indiscretion there on the part of the Guyanese batsman, Nando in particular, and running himself out. But Spencer will continue. This one is wide of the off stump. No shot played there by Imlak, the captain of the Guyanese team. Of course, Imlak, the incumbent wicketkeeper for the West Indies at Test match level. Silva has been scoring runs. And I guess Carlisle would have had Victor's opinion on the matter already. Carlisle, we have not discussed that one as yet. The Test captaincy being given up by Craig Ratwith. And West Indies thinking in terms of announcing a captain in the next couple of weeks. Sure, Carlisle would have some words on that later on in terms of which direction I think that the selectors might go. Of course, the Silva, who went to Pakistan as the vice captain of the West Indies team, he did not play in any of those test matches. He was left out. And this one is very wide, pretty close to being called a wide there from Spencer.
Well, Imlak appears that he is not going to really be tempted in following those wide deliveries. He have left them, and if he can be consistent, that will be very good, because this too is a ploy that the Leeward Island seamers have adapted to, by bowling just on or about off stump and almost sometimes wide of the off stump, close to be called a wide.
It draws away. And they have it, fast bowler taking. It seems as though someone was moving below the side screen. And of course, having expended all that energy of a long run and then reaching the stumps and the batsman pulling away. Not very kind for the fast bowler. Batsman though would have picked up an object in his eyesight by the side screen, so in his own right he drew away. Nicely turned into the onside. Just backward of square, and they get in 2 runs.
Yes, and very good run in between the wickets there on that occasion. They ran the first one quickly, and in the end, that is why the second one was easily accomplished.
Not only that, it was played with soft hand.
Yes.
And long leg had to come a good way in. In fact, it was the bowler who ran all the way down to short backward square to field. And in the meantime, the batsmen were able to pick up a second run. The first one was always on, but you know, this is what we've been speaking about, trying to get the ball into the gaps. You do not have to play it straight to a fielder. You just play with soft and take the pace off, and you could easily pick up a second run. Wide of the off stump this time.
And what Imlak was doing when in leaving that delivery that was of the off stump, he made certain that he was covering his off stump and then shoulders, arms, and just allowed it to go through to the wicket keeper. 180 it is now for two. Guyana back in a second time here at Warner Park against the Leeward Islands.
That one was so wide that, you know, the off stump in no danger.
That's right.
This time he gets a better delivery though. So over comes to an end. 180 for two. We have had some 58 overs. And Nando, the man to go this morning, been run out for 66. Anderson is on 50. And we have had some 58 overs. Cornwall, the lone wicket taker, 1 for 44 from 17 overs.
Yes, and Imlak and Anderson, well, Imlak as the captain and Anderson, the batsman who is in form, he's 50 not out. They would be thinking now to just consolidate after that unfortunate run out where Nando ran out himself. But these two now would be thinking about compiling another good partnership, because the partnership between Nando and Anderson was some 91 valuable runs.
What Leewards have done well here, though, is that they have managed to curtail the scoring rate. They have been able to restrict the scoring. And perhaps that pressure might have brought about the downfall of Nando. The run out, looking to get a quick single, which was not there. But Leewards have managed to keep it fairly tight. What the Leewards would not want to be happening is that Guyana scored at a very brisk rate and pile on the runs. If they could restrict them, then the Guyana team might find themselves in a position where the lead is not a big one, but wickets are down. But if the runs keep coming, then that's a different scenario altogether. Runs coming, and even though you lose 1 or 2 wickets, you could still find yourself in a very good position. And that, of course, would be the hope of the Guyanese team. But Leewards has done a good job to sort of restrict things. Quick single here, and they get it through. They get through in the end. Oh, he is. Hamilton chasing after one, overthrows there, but in the end, the Guyanese players were not interested in another run.
Yes, the Leeward Islands bowlers in general, yes, they have kept it tight, and really that is also very important. You're quite right there.
Here's a short delivery. Played up to square leg for a single. Once again, Victor, just a drizzle of spectators in the southern stands. So end of that over, end of over number 59. 183 for 2.
Yeah, and around the region, that has been a pattern for many seasons, whereby you don't really get the venues getting, even where there are bigger populations, getting a huge amount of spectators looking at regional cricket.
It'll be interesting to see, though, what I don't want to call it a crowd, but in terms of the number of spectators, it would be interesting to see what it would be like next week. Of course, it's a day-night match next week, starting Wednesday. Match, of course, would start around 1 p.m. daily. So it would be interesting to see whether or not there are a few more spectators who would come into the ground to view the game. But I guess we'll have to wait and see what happens next week. Barbados, of course, comes up against the Leewards. But while we were speaking, we saw a bowling change from the media center end, and it's Kareem Go, who's in operation. He's in his 7th over, having conceded 20 runs so far. Easy single into the mid-wicket region. Of course, we have some other matches going on in the region. Final round of matches scheduled for next week, of course. I think it's, of course, Victor has been having lots of cricket recently.
Indeed.
Of course, after this tournament in May, they'll be having the Cool and Smooth tournament here in St. Kitts. And I understand that, in terms of quality, the players this year, that certainly, has stepped up a notch. So this one is turned into the onside for singles. So seems as though the standard of the tournament would be lifted this year. Of course, it's a 2020 affair here at Warner Park. Matches, of course, would be played from 3 p.m., 2 matches per day, 3 p.m., and then later in the evening, a match from 7 p.m. And that pushed into the offside and picks up a single. That tournament, of course, features a lot of local players, players from around the region, players from Antigua, for example, players who are available. And you would find Victor, I think it's split up in teams like I think it's the Sandy Point Barracudas, I'm not certain. There's a team from Brownhill, which is named the Brownhill Dolphins. The team from Molyneux, Blue Runners, I think was the name of that team. They would have won the tournament last year. But they have, players who, for example, you would have players from Nevis playing for Sandy Point and
Right.
probably for Molyneux.
Intermixing of players.
Yeah, so the teams are mixed.
Okay.
But I understand that based on the quality of players this year, the tournament would step up a notch this year in terms of quality.
Well, that will be very good. That will be very good.
Cornwall continues. But the teams, they were named last year after fishes. The Barracudas, Blue Runners, Sharks, Dolphins, for example.
Right.
But each team would be connected to some village in St. Kitts or Nevis. The government road team also. Don't quite recall the name of the last name, but certainly it was a fish. So we look forward to that. And then later on in June, the under-19 tournament here in St. Kitts. The regional, the West Indies under-19 tournament. And then Australia would be coming to the West Indies, and they would have some T20 matches here at Warner Park. Australia on a tour of the Caribbean would be playing test matches and one day and T20 matches. But in the end of that over, 186 for 2. Guyana.
Yeah, so Imlak and Anderson are having a mid-pitch conversation now, and they obviously, Earl, they would be thinking about establishing another partnership. They're looking quite comfortable at the moment. No real challenges have been posed to either batsman so far.
So we look out there at Neves Peak. That is back. There's quite a few clouds in that region, low-lying clouds, but nothing seems to be threatening there. And we hope that we'll get through another full day's play without any interruption. Gordo, nicely driven down to long on for a single by Imlak.
Nice picture there on the eastern side of the ground here at Warner Park.
So the Leeward's been able to keep things in check, though they have not been picking up the wickets. And what this does, it puts a bit of pressure on the guy and his team. They of course, if they're thinking in terms of a victory, they of course would have to set a target. And what Leeward's is doing here, they're not allowing them to do this target, to set this target too quickly. And it would put more pressure on the guy and his team in terms of a declaration. Fended once more. So, of course, the guy and his team, they would not want to declare at a total which would present the Leeward Islands with an easy opportunity of getting these runs. They would want to have something substantive on the board, Victor.
Yeah, they definitely would have to be thinking in that vein, really. But at the same time, though, I will agree with you that the Leeward Islands bowling collectively has kept things tight. And if the Guyanese somewhere on this third day where they can accelerate their scoring rate, then that too can bring a different picture in terms of how this game may climax. But at the moment, though, the Leeward Islands in this first session, and the day we see one or two tourists, and up above it seems to like two other tourist visitors at the southern end of the ground, and they stands there looking on. And on the other side, down at the same eastern too, there's a few other spectators there looking on. And no doubt there might also be a few in the Calvin Wilkin Pavilion.
It's good though as a tourist, especially if you're from England. You come off a tourist ship. The famous Warner Park playing area is fairly close by, within walking distance. And this one is playing nicely into the offside. Just a single though. But it's good if you could just walk off the ship and spend some time looking at cricket. Of course, it's not every tourist who would want to do an island tour. And sometimes it's just a question of walking around. But certainly, I'm pretty certain that they would be happy that at least they would have visited St. Kitts and being able to see cricket going on at Warner Park, because they would have seen a lot of Warner Park there in England. In fact, the gentleman I spoke to earlier, he's from Yorkshire.
Yes, and Yorkshireans very passionate about the cricket and very loyal as that county area. And no doubt those cricket lovers, as you quite rightly say, who will be coming off the ship would really feel accommodative to come in to get some recreation to the sport that they love. It's cricket, you know. Good sunshine here, though, with us, Earl, and we would hope that it keeps that way.
Over the years, Victor, I've seen a number of tourists coming into Warner Park just to get a picture of Warner Park. Very picturesque place, of course. Presents a good view of downtown Boston. In fact, you're mostly seeing the harbor and the top of buildings in the distance, but you certainly can see the ships in the harbor. And as we look out, when you look out to the left, there we go. Seeing the buildings there, the southern section, and a little further, you have a very good view of Nevis in the background, the Nevis Peak and Boardwalk, of course. Very picturesque place. Nicely played into the onside, but Kareem Mago has done a very good job for his captain. He's in his 9th over, and he has just conceded some 24 runs. Started from the far in the early run. Nicely played into the offside and well fielded there by Walsh, Shaden Walsh Jr., moving smartly to his left from backward point. And they're preventing what might have been 2 runs. Really brilliant sunshine, although we keep seeing some overhead clouds, but nothing threatening at the moment. In fact, the cloud seems to be drifting towards the southwest.
Kevlar Anderson continues to look very good.
So he's looking to beat Aiden Walsh Jr., looking to steer it down to third man. But Aiden Walsh Jr. was quickly across to his left this time. Nicely driven. Picks up a single as Louis comes off the long on boundary. And it's 1 more to the score.
Yes, and Kevlar Anderson, he excels. He's now on 55 from 125 deliveries he have faced. Both batsmen now, Imlak the captain and Kevlar Anderson, having a mid-pitch conversation. Most likely on speculation, weighing out how they should continue to try to excel the partnership.
Just to look at other matches in the region, and of course Trinidad and Tobago playing against the Jamaica's Scorpions at Taruba. That match will not have started yet for the day. That's a day-night match there, but I'm sure my good friend Dylan would not be too pleased with what would have transpired yesterday. Trinidad coming up against Jamaica. I'll get back to that in a while, as this one is supposed to back up the track to Cornwall. So Jamaica scored 372. And the Trinidad and Tobago in reply 171. That's a very big lead indeed. 171, that's a 201 lead there.
Wow.
By Jamaica. And Jamaica batting the second time, they were 20 for 3 at the end of the day's play. So Jamaica very much on top in that game. Matches that are in progress at the moment would be the Windwards coming up against Barbados Pride. Windwards batting first, 186. Barbados Pride, 198. And now Windwards batting the second time, 255 for 5. So doing fairly well there. The Windward Islands having conceded a 12 runs lead. Barbados scoring 198. Defended there by Anderson. And then the combined campuses and colleges, 238. And the West Indies Academy, Carlisle 316. In reply, to 238 by the combined campuses and colleges, but 316 made by the West Indies Academy. I need to look at the scorecard to see who got runs there. And in fact, 316 by the Academy in reply to 238. And the Academy batting second time, they're 88 for no loss. So let's look at that scorecard. It would be interesting to see.
Combined campuses are 88 for no loss.
88 for not loss. Yes, I would have said that, but I just want to have a look at.
No, you said the Academy.
The
88
Academy.
for no loss.
Oh, sorry. My apologies. So just to look at the scorecard for the Academy, because that's should make interesting reading. And Joseph, the Trinidadian, this one is played for single. So Mbiki Joseph, he got 65, and Teddy Bishop 99. And then those, of course, were the two main contributors. So 99 Carlisle to Teddy Bishop, who has been having a very good season. He's among the wickets. I think he would have gone on to about 27 wickets or thereabout in this year's tournament. And he has been making runs. But this one is pushed into the offside for a single. But what Leewards have done here, though, Carlisle, they certainly have tightened up considerably. And the runs are not coming as freely as the Guyanese team would have liked. So another single. .193 for two it is. Into the mid-wicket region. One more run, the over comes to an end.
And Kareem go allowing runs on both sides of the pitch. You want to see him much more consistent than this, and being able to bowl at one side of the pitch. They've been allowed to score down to the deep cover region and down to the mid-wicket region. And so you want to see a little bit better control than that from him. But in terms of the overall pace of the game today, Guyana resuming at 137. They have taken the score to 194 for the loss of 2 wickets.
And of course, having said in terms of the pace, we would have had some, 66 overs have been bowled in this inning so far. And prior to that, they came into the day with 42 overs completed yesterday. So far they have bowled some 24 overs in the morning session, the Leewards. Spinners have operated for most part. Yesterday, of course, Carlisle would have had that bonus over. So no doubt the team's cognizant of the slow over rate on the first day, and they're making amends.
You look at Anderson and the areas in which he scores. He looks to score more on the offside than on the onside. He loves the cut shot. So if it's short, he's back and punching and cutting into the offside. You bowl him fairly straight, he's not scoring in the onside that much. End of the over, good one by Cornwall. and the score is 194 for 2.
Shows good patience though, Anderson. And looks like the type of player who is not going to give up his wicket easily. Of course, it's good when a player knows his restrictions and he plays to his limitations. So, Carlisle, I would have mentioned earlier on this captaincy issue that has popped up in the Caribbean with Craig Brathwaite resigning from the captaincy. Silva, of course, was the previous vice captain, in fact, vice captain on the tour to Pakistan, but he was left out of the side in both of those 2 test matches. Question is which direction in which or who might be up for captaincy for the West Indies.
I really haven't given it a tremendous amount of thought, Smitten. Craig Brathwaite has not been an inspiration as a captain. You know, he's the batsman in the side with the most centuries, senior player, 98 test matches, so he has been the captain of the side. But in terms of inspiration, yes, he has had some very good wins. Recently in Pakistan, last year in Australia, and before that against England in the Caribbean. But has he been stellar and inspirational as a captain? No. Who is left behind him? Who are the young guns who are putting up their hands and saying that I have leadership qualities?
Driven nicely fielded there by Cornwall. The shot mid off. One of the things too that has happened over the past couple of weeks to Carlisle is the fact that the captaincy of the T20 team has been taken away from Rovman Powell and given to Shai Hope. So he's now the white ball captain of the West Indies team. And one wonders if there's a Leeds probably getting him to be a test captain also.
That is a possibility. We nowadays have one coach, so they might be thinking that as well. The only problem is that Shai has not played Test cricket recently.
Well, that is so.
Not that that is going to be a detriment.
In fact, I'll go as far as to say that this one is swept, but no run. Shai Hope, based on what I would have read, was appointed captain of the T20 team on recommendation of Dayam Sami. He said that essentially, to sum it up, he's saying that Shai Hope is a great leader. So, how would that impact on the Test captaincy? We'll just have to wait and see. Tickled around the corner. And the Spencer is there, but there's no run. .197. It is for 2. We started the day at 137, so 60 runs so far in the morning's play. For the loss of Nandu, who was run out. Gets another run here. Guess we could easily say that with just about 20 minutes or so before lunch. So we would have had an hour plus, let's say, that's 90 plus 110 minutes or thereabout. And we have had 60 runs in the day's play. Would you say that's reasonable progress, Carlisle? For the batting team, that is.
Yes, because they would be more concerned about wickets. If they are not scoring fast, they don't want to be losing wickets because we're still in session 1 of day 3 of this match. And as I repeated yesterday, often, there's a lot of time left in the game. You have 2 more sessions left in the game today. If Guyana are to add another 150 runs and get all out, it means that he would be presenting the Leewards with an easier task of getting those runs. Because when you look at 198, you have to remember to do the math and say that this is only a lead of what, 56 runs? So if they add another 150 to that and get all out and give the Leewards just over 200 to make, in a day and change, Leewards would have to bat poorly to lose.
Yes, certainly.
And so they wouldn't be too concerned about the lead of 56. They would be concerned about wickets.
And I totally agree with you, Carlisle. Of course, it's a 4-day match. And lots of time, as you keep saying, lots of time left in the match. So certainly they would have had a fairly good morning, apart from that bit of indiscretion by Nando running himself out. And certainly they've batted well. Approaching 200 now, 199 for 2. Of course, these days we get so accustomed to the shorter version of the game that sometimes we tend to forget how much time there is in a 4-day game. This is a nice shot. Swept away down back out of square for 4 by Anderson.
And that's where you get from Kareem go every now and again. Just 2 straight. He drifted into the pads. And that allowed Anderson to play this sweep shot. See, that line is wrong.
That's reward for patience there for the batsman.
Mm-hmm.
And the good thing is that he put it away. So often we see batsmen get bogged down, and when the bad deliveries come, they're unable to put it away. Follows up with a single down to long on. .204, in fact the 200 would have come up for Guyana. They're now 204 for 2. This is really a very good score. The first morning, of course, on the first day, there was a bit in the track for the fast bowlers, but you've seen since yesterday, as a matter of fact, the track becoming a bit more docile and very placid at this point.
Not a lot in it on day 1 either, Earl. You see, you have to hold the batsman to a higher standard of delivery. And you can't tell me that you're playing first-class cricket. You're playing cricket for a living. And you can guts it out on a track which you know with a little bit of exposure to sunshine and the high breeze will soon be excellent for batting. And even if you said something in it for the bowlers on day 1, there was absolutely nothing in it for the bowlers yesterday which caused the Leewards to collapse. I mean, losing 6 for 55 is atrocious.
It's ridiculous, more than atrocious, I guess, for want of a better word, especially at this level. Now, of course, they're paying for it. The Guyana team, 204 for 2. Of course, Guyana came into this game top of the ladder. Of course, they would have lost on first innings, of course, but they're still in a fairly good position at this point. And the approach here, batting a second time by the Guyana team, has been very sensible. So another over comes to an end, 204 for 2. And we have had some 71 overs bowled. So another 9 overs before Leewards can claim a second new ball. The question is whether or not they're going to take it when it becomes due.
Anderson has made 63 from his 154 deliveries. Before him, Nando put in the hard work. He made 66 from 167. But what this shows is that they have been patient. They have been willing to bat and bat for long periods to accumulate the runs. And keep saying, a lot of time left in the game. 2 more sessions left in the game.
And apart from the session, Carlisle, it's a question of overs also.
And you look at it. Look at the impatience of the Leewards batting yesterday, with Guyana deciding, hey, listen, Leewards are in total control of the game. 2 batsmen passed their half centuries. So let's just come out after lunch and bowl negatively. Let's dry up the runs by bowling wide, having at times 1 fielder on the onside, and the Leewards chasing after wide deliveries, playing some silly shots and getting themselves out. I mean, look at the difference now with the patience of the Guyana team. Why couldn't you see this reflected by the Leewards batsmen? That is all that was needed at that point of the game.
Most definitely. And Guyana playing it well. We have not really seen any indiscretion by the Guyanese batsmen throughout this innings. Not just, well, apart from yesterday when I thought Perez gave it away. 1 short of his 50. And then, of course, you had the run out, which Nando really ran himself out. But other than that, it has been sensible cricket by the Guyanese batsmen, approaching lunch on day 3. We have not seen young Hayden Walsh Jr. for the day. Here's a drive, but it goes to extra cover, straight to Graves.
And this is part of the challenge that I have with the Leewards, in that Kareem Agor was picked firstly for his batting. And he has come in and he has now sent down some 12 overs. Kareem Agor, 13 overs, none for 40. Those are his figures. Yesterday you had Graves, who sent down 12 overs on the trot. Again, I like to think that he was selected first and foremost for his batting. And then whatever you get from him from his bowling, you say thank you very much. But you have Hayden Walsh, who is picked for his bowling, primarily, and who you haven't seen much of. You know, so you have to wonder about the balance. And this year, you still have the left arm spinner who played here and who didn't inspire, and who is now out of the setup. I mean, the bowling for the Leewards they've gotten wickets, but they have been in fits and you know, not as consistent as you'd want them to be.
Yes, and of course, I suspect you might be speaking of Doran. He's in the squad actually, but
He's lost his place in the playing 11.
Durham, who had a sensational start to his career, I think he would have picked up some 7 wickets in one innings or thereabout. So he certainly lost his place. In the match against Trinidad, he bowled poorly. Too short and too full for most parts. But you're right, Carlisle, you're left to wonder, Yesterday I thought that, I didn't mention that perhaps they could have given Karim a go an over or two from the far end, where you had Graves sending down some 12 overs on the trot. They did not. Came back today, started with go from the far end. And he's the one who's been doing most of the bowling, as this one eludes Carty and goes down to fine leg for a run. So you're left to wonder at times, and sometimes I would want to think that the captain would like to try a thing or two, try and buy a wicket. Kadeem Henry, for example, the ambidextrous bowler, he is capable. You don't necessarily have to keep them on for 5 or 6 overs, but you could bring them into the attack and see what happens. But the way the game is progressing at the moment, it seems as though the Leeward Islands would have to try very, very hard to get a wicket here. The Guyanese batsmen, they continue to be up the weight, they continue to be solid, and they're not giving anything away.
I think what the Leewards are missing so far, the wickets of Jeremiah Louis last season. I mean, he had a good season. Got called up as a replacement on the tour of England. You're certainly missing the wickets of Doran last season. I'm just being told here by my good friend Akeem Charles that he got 30 wickets last year. But he has lost his form this year, and you keep wondering why. Because you want your bowlers, when they're not getting wickets, to dry up the run scoring. And we didn't see that from Doran in the match in which he played here that we did commentary on.
Though in fact, out of the setup, he broke a leg. His foot is in cast. He would have been at the ground yesterday. So it appears as though there is a nice dab down to third man for 4 by Anderson. And
listen, Karim Magoe is not the kind of... He will get the odd wicket. But I'm not seeing anything here to suggest to me that he is going to be able to A, keep down the scoring, or B, to get wickets. Because they're scoring from him on both sides of the pitch. That one was just too wide and just run down to the vacant third man position. Hayden Walsh gave up the chase almost immediately. No chance of him pulling that back.
He's been given an extended spell here.
He's a kind of bowler who you say, listen, can you give me a couple of overs and that's it. Go back to your regular bowlers. But you do that when your regular bowlers are bowling well, and Hayden Walsh has not been inspirational.
Well, at least, as you rightly said, he was picked for his bowling, and you would have thought that in virtually 2 hours play, he would have at least been given an over 2. Approaching lunch on the 3rd day. So lots of inconsistencies there by the Leeward Islands. Here we go again. This time he gets to it. Walsh. And just a single. 214 for 2.
think we'll get another over in after this. How many overs did we close on last night?
42.
42 overs.
Here we go again. Badly line on the pads. And they're turned into the onside for a single. So that over comes to an end. End of over number 74. And it means that we would have had some 30 2 overs in the morning session.
Which is good. And one more to go.
One more to go. 30,
At least one more to go.
At least one more. So pretty good going in terms of the bowling, but not penetrative by any means. Of course, the spin bowlers, they would have operated for most parts. So that, of course, would have accounted for the quick over rate. And yesterday morning, Carlisle, I was fully convinced that the umpire spoke to the captains regarding this slow over rate on the first day. As this one goes down to third man, pursued by Graves, just a single. Since then, both teams, they have stepped up a bit. And we had a very good, in fact, we had a bonus over yesterday, which was very good. And seemed to be on target for the schedule end today, and perhaps maybe another bonus over. But we'll have to wait and see. That's a long way off still. But you look at the Leeward Islands bowling, Carlisle. Who can the captain turn to get a wicket? He's the only wicket taker so far. Tap down to third man. Another run. Very quickly in. Sends a good strong return right over the bails to young Joel Andrew. Imlach in the meantime, he has moved on to 23. And Anderson is on 71. Pulled away. And pulled away out towards mid-wicket. And it's 6. That's a good shot.
Short delivery. Just pulled down short and sat up. And it said, hit me. And he got himself a very good 6.
Even though this might be the last over before lunch, at least the penalty met. The ball seemed to have gone out of the grounds, so that would hold up play a bit. So another 2 deliveries left in this over, so quite possibly the last over before lunch. Ball not back as yet. Well, it's on its way. .75 overs will be completed when we go to lunch, Carlisle. And another 5 overs before the second new ball is due. Do you think the captain will be thinking in terms of taking it?
I think what you need is not a new ball, you need new bowlers.
That is so true, Carlisle. Final delivery of that over. Defended there by Anderson. In fact, it's Imlach who walks away with his lunchtime score on 29. Anderson is 71 not out. It's 223 for 2. We've had 25 overs completed. There are 8 extras. And the batsman to go. Perez yesterday for 49, and today we had Nando who was run out. So that's it. That's lunch on the third day. And certainly the Guyanese team would have been happy with their performance, their pre-lunch performance. And we'll be back after lunch to bring you further commentaries.
When we hear the words Antigua and cricket in the same sentence, we're often thinking about names like Sir Vivian Richards, Andy Roberts, even maybe a Sir Richie Richardson. Maybe one day we could be thinking about Joel Andrew. Great to have you. Congrats again on all that's happening this year. We are in Antigua, where it's all started for you. Tell me, first of all, how does it feel to be in a West Indies camp?
It feels great, to be honest. You know, playing around the old guys makes me feel even better about myself, and just the support I've been getting so far is something that I want forever.
It's well documented that families played a big part in your journey. If you had to describe the role that they play, how would you put that into words?
If I try, I'll be here a long time. My mom is very neat, you know. She's just my backbone, I should say. I mean, she's more confident than me. You know, just seeing her in the stands, you know, gives me that extra push. And you know, she's just joyful and a good person to be around, and someone that you should have in your corner.
Joel started to play at a young age with big men, so he doesn't play name cricket. You bowl to him, and once you bowl to him in whatever loose ball, he just put it away. So he's fearless. Joel and I have a connection. We talk about everything, every single thing, and if he knows that I'm here, he's going to do his best to make me happy. What he normally says is that, Mom, I'll give you something to watch, because I watch all of his videos over and over again. Once it's on YouTube, I don't watch anything else. So, you know, that's how it goes with us.
If you had to put into words, who is Joel Andrew, what would you tell them?
So a confident young man, you know, fearless, as Viv would say, never die sort of guy. So it's just someone I want to be forever.
Let's talk about the Under-19 World Cup, where this unbelievable year began, where you scored the most runs for the West Indies and you were well talked about. Did you feel any pressure now that there are eyes on you and there's a certain expectation tied with your name?
At that time, I was feeling extra pressured because everyone expects me to, you know, score every game, and that's not realistic, but that's what I try to do. I just try not to think about it as much, because at this level, expectations will be high. So it's just for me to just stick out what I'm doing and just learn as much as I can at this level.
I think a month after that World Cup, you made your first class debut for Leewards. How have the guys in the Leeward Islands shaped your journey and helped you along this process?
I mean, they push me more than I push myself, especially fitness tests and those things, you know. Aiden is the one that really pushed me to, you know, do an extra one, even when I'm not feeling it, because it will benefit me in the long run, and it did.
I really, you know, see him as a little brother, and I really try to encourage him in, you know, doing the right things to stay at the highest level. So, you know, the only thing I can do is just give him my knowledge and, you know, encourage him a little harder. He just reminds me of myself when I was a kid, you know, just always laughing. Sometimes you'll see him sleeping on a chair. So, you know, he's just, at the end of the day, he's just a kid, and, you know, I really, you know, love having him around.
And what about Casey?
He's more, you know, my idol off the field more than on the field, because I like the way he carries himself off the field.
So what about on the field? What's wrong with that?
Nothing is wrong with that, but I just...
You think you could bat better than him?
Yeah.
So much has happened for you in this year, so all these things are happening. What is keeping you grounded to remembering sort of where you've come from?
I actually look at old Snapchat videos that my sister sent me when I just started playing. I'm like, look at this to now, you know. It feels like a big achievement, but I just feel it's just the beginning for me.
June 2024, CPL draft is around, and Joel Andrew gets picked. Not only does he get picked, he's going to play for the Antigua Falcons.
Playing for your home is always something you love to do. And I know it's a franchise team, but it feels more like home to me. Receiving, you know, that call was something that I always wanted. to just be in a part of the CPL because, you know, this is the biggest part in sport. So I always wanted to experience it for myself.
After the CPL, West Indies call up. Where were you exactly when you got that call that you were going to be part of the West Indies setup? What was your emotion?
I was actually on my way back home from the CPL and I cried instantly. Because, you know, just receiving that from the coach, that I would be a part of the team, it made me feel good about myself and it's something I always wanted.
That squad was captained by Shea Hope, who you've always said is your biggest idol. Why Shea Hope?
I mean, he's just cut above the rest in my eyes. Averaging 50 in ODIs is never an easy task. So that's something that I want for myself. So if I see it in someone else, you know, I could just always emulate it, try to bring it into my game.
So third ODI comes around, getting your cap from Azari, who is obviously working his way to be one of the great Antiguan cricketers. What did that moment feel like?
I mean, he's more of a brother to me than a teammate. We go way back in terms of Antigua and club cricket. So receiving my cap from him was a special moment that, you know, I would cherish forever.
If you are to play in Antigua, to hear the rally around the West Indies, to be part of cricket with Antiguans all around you, what would that mean to you?
I mean, every time I hear that anthem, I get emotional because, you know, that's something that stands out and it's something that means a lot to everyone in the region. If I get the opportunity, I want to score my first 50 in front of home crowd. That will make me feel good. And just still learn as much as I can because I'm still here to learn.
17 years old, we could be hearing Joel Andrew for the next 10 to 15 years. The guy makes me feel old, but brother, I hope you enjoy this. This is an invaluable experience that you will get on this series and we can't wait to see what the limit will be for you. So all the best.
Thanks.
Not this trio.
Between the three of you, who is the funniest?
Between you and Jaden. Yeah, funny at all.
Yeah. Between Andy and I for sure.
Yeah.
And who take the longest to get ready?
Me.
Always waiting on this man to go for dinner. Always.
Who is most likely to be late?
No one really.
Jaden,
Me.
Important things.
Important things,
Nobody late. But like if it's dinner,
casual, I think me, for sure.
Jaden cuts it
Yeah,
close.
Who lifts the most in the gym?
Then between Andy and I. Oh no, you look strong too.
You see my legs? Where's your squat?
3.
You win.
Yeah, I think it's 3
I was
285 or something.
I was 275. Who's the most competitive?
It
Me, so. I just always win anyway. If it wasn't cricket, what other sport would you like to play professionally and why?
For me, I'll pick track and field because that is what I used to do before. So for me, if it's professionally, I would always go back to that. It would be easier.
Football.
You're not good at all.
Yeah, I used to play football and
It wasn't good.
You mad?
We're mean on a game.
No,
You
but
had-
all them mad.
Yes, 5.
Yeah, I have medals for football, eh?
They give out participation medals too.
No. Squad banger from outside the box.
Right.
Top corner too. You.
I would choose football because I actually played football at a decent level.
Okay.
I played the highest school
Next.
football level. What do you mean next?
Hey, I have an intercol game, eh?
I've played intercall final and the big sellout stadium. About 5,000 people watching.
Who do we think did the best at school?
Definitely not me. Not me at all.
Why that question?
Jaden.
I don't have a choice. Who is the toughest opponent or player that you have faced in your test career?
Probably say like Josh Hazelwood because of his skill. Yeah, I think he was one of the toughest bowlers I've had to face so far.
can I say is it's just about enjoying the battle this far for me.
Only one man I can call. Drew.
So what Ben Duckett?
Nah. He only do it for one game. Drew do it for 6 games, you know. From the Caribbean to England. It have to be Drew. Drew.
Gives you nightmares?
Nah, he not give me nightmares. It's just
He's making you think a little bit.
yeah. He's make it hard work. He's make it hard work, yeah.
Who is the teacher's pet?
The whole team. Alright.
Nobody. I
Nah, if we go in batting coach, the teacher's pet for the batting coach is Kevin Hodge. Oh yeah. Full stop. Full stop. Yeah, conversation done. Nobody else. It ain't nobody else. Conversation done. Kevin Hodge. For sure. For batting coach. Full stop.
This next one, real interesting. Who is the best dancer?
In the whole team.
Louis.
Yeah, Louis has some moves.
Yeah,
Yeah, Louis has some moves. Louis has some moves. Yeah, Louis has some moves. Shema would say he has some moves too.
I never see it, so you can't say.
Shema would say he has some moves.
I see Louis put it down.
But I see Louis dance.
Yeah.
So Louis.
Yeah.
Louis.
Yeah.
Who has the best fashion sense?
Sinky.
No. Next. Cut. Nah, you're doing that for spite. You're doing that for spite.
Casey has the best
Yeah,
dress.
Casey fresh when you
Casey
say
always
it.
fresh, yeah.
Alright, this one I can probably say Sinky. Who is the loudest?
We don't need to answer.
That's the man. That's the man.
Kevin Sinclair. Kevin Sinclair.
Come on, man. I'm gonna tell you out, man.
Ah, this is an easy one. Who has the worst taste in music?
Don't say me, eh? If you only say me.
So who are we gonna call again?
I don't know, it's not me. Country, I listen to Afro. Yeah, you name it, I listen to everything. All the time.
Who would you call in an emergency? Anyone out of the two?
Yeah, anybody there.
Anyone out of these two?
Yeah,
Anybody there.
definitely.
Yeah. Anyone. And who deals the best with pressure? I think one name that starts just Craig.
Craig for sure.
Yeah, Craig does
Yeah.
be real calm. You
No
can
matter
never
the
tell if he's
situation,
taking
yeah.
on anything or not.
Yeah.
Can't tell what he's thinking. He's just.
So yeah, Craig. Easily Craig.
What has been the most memorable moment in your test career so far?
You go first.
I would like to say my test 100, but I think beating Australia in Australia is probably most memorable. As a team, personally, it would obviously be test 100, but I think beating Australia, especially in the Gabba, where it's their fortress.
For me, it had to be my first 5-wicket haul. And not even the 5-wicket haul, it's just the fact that we win the game. And how we win the game was close. That is the most memorable thing for me.
Yeah, I remember watching you jumping.
To become the
My first over. So that is something I cherish
Yeah.
as well.
And we have a picture with that one.
Yeah.
Hands up.
Who is the most naturally talented cricketer?
In the team, Alec boy.
Yeah.
Alec.
Gifted.
Alec just look the part all the time.
Discuss the friendship that we have with each other on and off the field.
Well, I can speak from when I started, because I didn't know any of them personally when I now started. I started playing cricket with Josh at probably 19, 20 years old, and we just created that bond when we played together for Trinidad in the first class setup, and then we all came together with West Indies, and the friendship just grew and grew, and we went on tours together, and every time we had to go for lunch, breakfast or dinner, we moved together, and we sit near each other on the bus as well.
Yeah, I agree.
It was something just natural. It was just natural from the beginning. You know, we fight, how we could say it, we go to war together, so we always just lean on each other when it's that time. But it's something that's come natural.
We know each other, so like on the field, I would know Jaden bowl a bad over or something. I'd try and cheer him up a little bit. I'd know Andy's emotions when they're not going his way. Yeah, it's a nice feeling to have two of your best friends on the team at the same time. So.
Off the field, you can't beat me in FIFA though.
What?
Next question.
That's what I like.
Next question.
We have to do a video of us playing FIFA and see how much. The other night we played, I scored 20 goals. I scored 19 with Haaland.
Next question.
What is your favorite thing about playing for West Indies?
I get goosebumps, yes. Everything. For me, is everything. The first thing was I wanted to play cricket. I wanted to play for West Indies. And then obviously playing, you get to experience Test cricket. You get to experience singing the national anthem. And doing it home. Doing it in the Queen's Park Oval was something big. So I guess singing the national anthem anywhere in the world is a big thing.
I think for me it's about representing the region. Not everybody gets to do it. There's a lot of people who aspire to do it, but not everyone gets to do it. So I think for me is that weight on your shoulders. It's obviously a big weight, but it's something that you cherish forever. And to get that Test cap, nobody could ever take that away from you.
Yeah, it's a great feeling, you know, to represent the region, as just said. And you know how it started for me, it was funny because I had friends who used to play cricket, who I would go down on a weekend and watch play cricket and, you know, get the opportunity when they are short. And, you know, those are the ones who actually wanted to play for West Indies at the time, because I used to do track and field. So it's not only for me now, but it's for them as well. So I'm actually living their dream for them as well.
What moment has made you the proudest of each other?
I think we were all there when we beat England, right? Yeah. We were all there when we beat England in Grenada. Jaden and I played, Andy didn't debut as yet, but yeah, I think just all of us being on the team and then being there to do something historic like that was a special moment for sure.
Goes down the ground. He thinks he's got there. He certainly has. What an innings from Josh De Silva. The ecstasy written all over his face, and boy, he's deserved that.
The way we celebrate and enjoy each other's success, that's something I cherish. That's something I definitely enjoy.
For me, when Andy made his debut, I was very happy for him. And then obviously getting the first Test wicket. I know how much that would mean to anybody. So far more getting your first Test wicket on debut in your first over is obviously a big thing. So I was very proud of him in that moment. And for me, with Josh, it's scoring the first Test 100. And not because I was batting, just because he get it. Because he was batting well throughout the series. He had, I think, 150 before that. And he was looking like he could push on at some stage. And he did it in that last game, in the most vital game of the series. And he got to that triple figure mark, and we won the series in the end. So I was very proud of both of them in those different moments. What are we expecting from this Test against Bangladesh?
Win.
I would say definitely a series win. Definitely a series win.
Yeah. Not much, not too complicated, just
to win. Just to win the series.
Yeah, do the basics well and make Craig and coach proud.
Yeah,
that's all.
One thing I love about being from the Caribbean is we get to interact with people from different races, different cultures, different creeds. And today we want to speak to Trinidad and Tobago Red Force cricketer Amir Jangoo about his beliefs, his faith, especially during this month of Ramadan. Of course, many of you may know of Ramadan from seeing the celebration marked in the news and in other media. But we wanted to sit down with Amir and speak to him about his faith and what drives him during this holy month. So Amir, tell us about Ramadan. I know we all know a little bit, but from your perspective, having lived it your entire life, what is Ramadan?
Basically, it's a month where the Quran was revealed. So obviously, it's all about sacrificing, not eating food or having any drink. Obviously, abstaining from a lot of things as well from the outside world. But having said that, it's a month of a lot of prayer, doing extra prayer, and a lot of blessings is in this month. So it's one of the best months of the year for me. And yeah, I really look forward to it, and I'm just enjoying it now.
We think of Ramadan a lot from the fasting perspective. You fasting right now?
Yes, I am.
You've been fasting since sunrise?
Yes.
All the way to sunset?
All the way to sunset, yes.
So how do you balance during Ramadan the commitment to the month and also your professional commitments to your team?
Yeah, obviously, it is difficult physically. When I have games, I don't fast because obviously the temperatures that we play in and obviously having to stay on the field for a long period of time, it's a bit difficult. But having said that, just because it's my livelihood and it's such a physical demand, I can't miss fast on those days. So normally what I do, you can either give charity or you can make up the days after Ramadan. So according to whatever you want to do. And having said that, I think I fast on my training days. It is physically demanding, as I said. But obviously, to be honest with you, it actually gets me more in a proper zone. You know, I actually zone out. I actually like focus in. I really locked in on my training. And I think it really actually helps me as well. Spiritually, physically, and mentally as well. It gets me stronger. And having said that, I remember last year in the championships, we played against Barbados last year during the month of Ramadan as well. And I think we were such situations batting. And I think I just zoned in so good, helped me get a good score. And obviously we played well. Actually on Eid Day, I scored my double century. So I don't think it's a coincidence there. Probably all the hard work that I did during the month of fasting and praying all those times, and I got the reward, I think, in the end. Thanks to Allah.
What advice would you give to your fellow Muslim players who observe Ramadan and still have to play and train hard and kind of build their careers? They don't want to be taking days off, but still want to adhere to the month. So what advice would you give to them to, balance everything?
I think it's all about sacrifice. In life, you have to make plenty of sacrifices, but for this month especially, make the sacrifice. Obviously, if you know you have to train, one thing I focus on and I tell a lot of guys is that you have to focus on your diet as well. So obviously, if you know you're going to train hard and you're going to be in the sun for a long period of time, hydration is very important the night before. Obviously, eating a very good meal as well with complex carbs, a lot of protein as well. That's what I would eat in the morning time. So obviously, once you get that covered, then all about it is just when you get to training, you just have to lock in and do the training that you have to do the max of your ability as well. It's not to say that you go to training and you lack off because you're fasting and you're tired and stuff like that. You still have to put in the hard yards. You still have to do the work in training. And I think after that, everything else works out in your favor. Obviously, it's all about execution on the day itself. Playing cricket as well, it's a lot of pressure, As soon as you step on the field, it's a lot of pressure. So I think being strong in my faith as well, that really helped me as well, I think, going along the way on a mental side of things as well. Obviously, there's times where you will have tough periods in your career. You're going to struggle a lot, probably a bad run of form, but at the end of the day, once you do the hard work in training, and as well as you have the faith as well, you take that little time for yourself to speak to God and, just have that mental side of you just to be relaxed at the end of the day during those hard times. So I think that really helped me a lot. And yeah, just really enjoying this period of time.
How do your teammates support you?
Yeah, definitely. The amazing thing, as you said, that we're so diverse in the Caribbean, so many different religions, different cultures and stuff like that. Coach Amir, he's a Muslim as well. So he's been observing, he's been fasting every day. So that's amazing. Having said that, we pray as well together in the night time. So we have a really close relationship. As well as the rest of my team members, they respect everything that I do. They always ask me whether if I prayed for the day and stuff like that. So they always
pray for the day?
Yes, I am. Obviously. So yeah, they always keep me on my toes in terms of that. But yeah, it's amazing, man. It's amazing to see how they embrace it and they ask so many questions as well. So yeah, I love that about the team culture that we have, and yeah, it's really good.
Well, Amir, thanks so much for this insight into your faith and your celebration. Ramadan Mubarak to you and your family.
Thank you.
And once again, thanks for sharing with us.
Thank you very much, man. Yes.
As we embark on the 2025 edition of the West Indies Championship, I want to extend my best wishes to all the teams, players and support staff as they prepare for what promises to be an exciting and competitive season. This year holds special significance as we celebrate 60 years since the West Indies Championship was first held, then known as the Shell Shield. Over the past, raised the international stage and inspired countless fans. It continues to serve as a crucial platform in our pathway for the growth of first-class cricketers and for building resilience and refining skills for the international arena. The 2025 championship introduces several innovative elements aimed at enriching the experience for players and fans alike. From the use of Kookaburra balls and the inclusion of pink ball day-night fixtures to the reintroduction of forced innings points in drawn matches, we are committed to broadening the challenges faced by our players. These measures are designed to simulate the diverse conditions they will encounter on the international stage, building their adaptability and mental toughness, considering the ultimate quest to improve the standard of our Test cricket. The teams will once again battle for the prestigious Head the Week's trophy with the added incentive of an attractive prize purse of US $250,000 for the champions and US $100,000 for the runners-up. The 2025 West Indies Championship also precedes an 8-team series at home against South Africa and the start of a new World Test Championship cycle with a home series against Australia. We are thrilled about the continued participation of the West Indies Academy and the combined campuses and colleges, which reinforces our commitment to expanding opportunities for the emerging talent and the student athletes respectively. This tournament is a celebration of the passion, talent and legacy of West Indies cricket. As the championship takes place across 7 host countries, I encourage fans to come out and support their teams or tune into the live streaming on the Windies Cricket YouTube channel. Your energy and encouragement means everything to the players and contribute to the vibrant spirit of West Indies cricket. So, may this season be filled with thrilling performances, new milestones, and the discovery of future stars. The West Indies Championship, where legends are made.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Warner Park after lunch on day three. The Leeward Islands players are out in the middle, but the two not out batsmen made it to the middle before the fielders, who Imlak, the captain, and Kevlon Anderson. Kevlon Anderson went into lunch on 71 of 166 balls, while his captain, Kevin Imlak, 29 of 50 deliveries, 232 it is for 2 wickets. Guyana, their lead now is 61, and Hayden Walsh is going to open the bowling attack right after lunch from the northern or media centre end. And the inform Kevlon Anderson, he will be on strike. As I take this opportunity to welcome back after the luncheon interval, Carlisle, good afternoon to you. What are you anticipating for this session?
Good cricket. I'm not one of those persons who like to say we should be at this point, at that point.
Good cricket.
I call what I see. I want to see some good cricket this afternoon. Hayden Walsh didn't bowl at all in the morning session. He'll be taking over from Go from the media centre end. Low full toss driven down to the fielder coming off the long on boundary. So 2 singles in the over as we get on the way after lunch. Now we're seeing a change in the fielding. The skipper, who was at extra cover, is coming across in the onside to plug that gap where they were getting that easy single. Single to end the over, and Guyana 227 for the loss of 2 wickets. And the Leewards yesterday rather squandered a very good opportunity. Guyana, of course, won the toss and decided to bat, bowled out for 193, and that was good going by the Leewards. And then going into lunch yesterday, the Leewards were, well, go back even a little bit further. 143 for 4 at the end of the day's play turned into 280 for 4. And at lunch, you had two set batsmen at the crease. Leeward's promptly bowled out for 335. All about match awareness. And here's a very quick single. And probably a bit of a misunderstanding there because the fielder was moving very quickly. Got to it, but couldn't pick it up. And so they completed that single. So from 280 for 4 to 335 all out. Delivery driven into the offside. And we're saying it's all about match awareness. Understanding the game, knowing where you are in the game, how much time is left in the game, how many overs left in the game, and deciding on a target. And 6 for 55, that's what the Leewards lost. And so now they have given the advantage back to Guyana. Leading by 86 runs, Guyana, 2 wickets down. Good feeling. And again, it's Jamal Hamilton. He's busy. He's in the outfield. Joel Andrew is keeping wicket.
Yeah, Jamal Hamilton has been very agile in the outfield, not in his usual role as keeping, but he has made some delightful saves at least saving at these 2 runs sometimes, curtailing the batsmen sometime to none or even just to 1. But these 2 batsmen, Imlach and Kevlon Anderson for Guyana, they are fully aware that once they keep that good shot selection going and no undue risk and running their first one as quickly as possible, in terms of what the pitch is in, I don't see much challenges out there for the batsmen. Imlach gets a single, playing it down to square leg. And he moves on now to 32, while the informed Anderson, who got 73 not out, is presently on 73. Sorry, Imlach is 33. But Kevin Anderson is a very articulate, very composed, good shot selection, no undue risk, trying to play each delivery on its merit. And he looks a batsman in class. Forward defensive. And some of us in the times of playing would say, if there was a maker's name on the face of the bat, you'll say to the bowler, read the maker's name. But 229 it is for 2 Guyana. Yes, another comfortable single down to Michael Louis, who is coming from the wide long on boundary. And Anderson moves on to 74, while his captain now will be on strike. Imlach, he's 33. Well, that was a good call by the captain Imlach, because it was Jamal Hamilton who has been very efficient, very agile in that short mid-wicket position. They would not like to see a wicket going down like how Nandu, who was batting well, who ran out himself. But he shared a very good partnership with Anderson, who is still at the crease of 91. It's now 78 overs have been bowled, 232 for 2. Sorry, 230 for 2. Pardon me. A lead by 88, Guyana batted a second time. And Carlisle Guyana would know how important it is for they to bat deep into this third day. But at some time, probably after the tea time, tried more to accelerate their scoring rate. And in that instance now, one being played to a short fine leg area, and the fielder there did not field cleanly, but and in the meantime the batsmen were able to get another run. 231 it's for two. 78.1 overs been bowled so far. Kevlin Anderson is very patient, and that is very good, especially in any format of cricket, but more so in this 4-day game. You have time, so there is no need. And here you see sweeping nicely, but there is a fielder on this. Sorry, that was Amlak, the captain at that time, but getting another run advances their total now 232 for two. And Imlak moves on to 34, and 75 is Anderson.
You can see that Anderson favors that cut shot, that offside, because once it's dropped a little bit short, he's making room towards the leg side to give himself the chance to play into the offside. That time it was nicely fielded.
Yes, indeed, Carlisle. But the good thing in his behalf is that he's not trying to play it late, which might also give an advantage where he could get on the edge and hit it onto his stumps. He favors it. He's still playing with a straight bat when he backs away to leg. If he's late cutting, it could be an element of danger. Another run. Walsh did not feel cleanly to his own bowling. It just trickled down to Michael Louis, who had to come from the wide long on boundary to receive. But in the meantime, the batsmen were able to get another run. 90 now is the lead for Guyana, batting the second time. 232. It is for two. And these two really, Imlak, the captain, and just a little humorous thing between Imlak, the non-striker, and Rakeem Cornwall. Good control by Hayden Walsh Jr. thus far in this over. Just one legal delivery left. So at this particular moment, one of his better overs in this innings.
Finished good delivery, which brought the batsman forward, played it away into the offside. So the score, 233 for the loss of 280 overs completed. And so the new ball is now available. Not that the Leewards would be asking for that to be introduced into the game. Leewards would have to be looking to see how they can create the opportunities for wickets. And Captain Cornwall is bowling from the Luzak Road end. Partnership continues to grow. Now 65 runs between these two. Leewards at one point were based in St. Kitts, so they should know this pitch as well as anybody else. And they should know as well that it gets easier for batting as the days roll on and the sun and the wind have the effect on the pitch. They didn't bat well in the first inning. Imlak is not afraid to sweep. Once it is straight enough, he's playing that sweep shot. Short and dispatched. Just pulled down short and spanked away down to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. So just dragged it down there by Cornwall. There is no protection down at mid-wicket, and so it gave up an easy 4 to Guyana. He just had to pick his spot and choose where to hit that.
And because both batsmen have been patient, that when the loose deliveries come their way, as that delivery that Imlak dispatched into the deep mid-wicket boundary, that was a very good stroke.
And this is why it further frustrates the viewers as to the approach of the Leewards yesterday after lunch. Good delivery, very good delivery. Just touched down and straightened, had Anderson pushing at it. So Guyana came out and started bowling wide, and the Leeward said, listen, we'll follow those wides and give some wickets. And when they were in a position to move the score to more like 400 and 500, they saw themselves being bowled out for 335. Well, if you don't bat properly, you must bowl well. And the Guyana have not followed the lead of the Leewards in gifting their wickets. They know that 193 the first time around was not enough. Good single in the offside.
Good call in between the batsmen and getting another run. So these two are working out things quite nicely for Guyana.
Just milking the bowling here, Guyana. They have taken the score to 241 for the loss of 2 wickets. Anderson, who made 71 in the first inning, is now on 77.
The body language of the Leeward Islands players is suggesting to me, I'm not seeing much purpose in terms of when overs have been completed, that they're really looking more agile to get in their positions, and sometimes that can be signs where they're thinking about looking to take some wickets. Well, there is a conversation there at the southern end between Jamal Hamilton and the captain, and Cornwall. He's going to continue from that southern or Lozak Road in. Check me.
End of the over. 241 for 2. Partnership between these two as Guyana lead by 99 runs. And so they continue to bat very well between them. .72 the partnership between these two. Walsh continues to bowl from the media center end and is bowling to Anderson. Another single there. O'Shane Thomas coming across to his left, couldn't make the stop.
The West Indies men will face off against Australia right here in the West Indies for a home series, a energy home series. The action will unfold in Barbados, Grenada, Jamaica and St. Kitts, with 3 tests followed by 5 action-packed 2020s. Get your tickets early via windiescricket.com. Tickets for children under 16 in the West Indies are free for all test matches. Tickets for children under 16 in the West Indies are 50% 50% off for 2020 matches. Senior citizens in the West Indies also get 50% of all 2020 matches. West Indies full energy for the West Indies home series versus Australia. Get your tickets today.
Spencer has had the 4 overs today, just the 4 overs today. Yesterday he had bowled 3 overs, 4 overs today. O'Shane Thomas 4 overs today as well. Lead of 101 by the Guyana Harpy Eagles. And sometimes you wonder what goes on in the dressing rooms, what goes on in the technical sessions, how the coaches get the players and in particular the batsmen to understand game situations and what they should be doing when. Leewards should have been batting all now. Shout goes up as this one is taking, that's Imlak on the pads. He goes for a little stroll down backward of square. Probably missing. The keeper was already heading down.
Yes, and ever so often that's an indication also too. Why would the keeper be moving down the leg side?
Sweep shot again. And this time he's getting a couple of runs as it goes down to the fine leg position. Spencer is the fielder who is in attendance. 2 more runs to the score.
245. It is now for 2. So I'm wondering, Carlisle, at what particular time these 2 batsmen who are well set try to formulate some more aggression.
But there is no need for that, Victor. Why? Cricket and batting in particular are about sensing the condition of the game and playing what you see. They're going along quite nicely. Remember, after this, we still have another session in today's play and an entire day left on the final day. So there is no need. Loud shout. The umpire is shaking his head in the negative from early as he was looking to turn this one into the onside. I sense that this was a better shout than the one before. What was that missing? Was missing the bat for certain.
Yeah, that one.
That would have been sent for a review.
Yeah.
Back and cutting, and he'll get a single, charging off the boundary, and so a single. That was a pretty good shot there, Victor.
Yeah, I thought so myself too. It was a very close one. But the umpire, in the appropriate position, he thought different. Well, the 2 batsmen there, it was very close. Because then too, we saw whereby the keeper never did move. He only raised his hands. That was the only movement. He raised both hands. If there was an indication that he was slightly even leaning, going to his left, but he stood his ground and just raised his arm. So that also indicates to us that that was a very close one.
Have a day-night game next week, Victor. Lights in good working condition.
Well, let's hope so. Let's hope for the best.
We haven't had the benefit of the scoreboard all day. I'm told that somebody has to go and do some work on it to increase the brightness so that we'll be able to read it. Easy single. This one is pushed down into the onside, wide of Cornwall, who is feeling very straight at mid-wicket. Walsh is searching for his first wicket in this inning. He's none for 30 in his 12th over. Guyana building a very formidable score, 248 for 2. Make that 249 as there's a single to Anderson. 249 for the loss of 2 wickets. Total of 33 overs were bowled in session 1 on day 3.
Of course, we would have had some 86 overs being bowled in this inning so far, Carlisle. No signs of the new Terriers yet. I know you said that what the Leeward Islands need is some new bowlers, not a new ball.
Imlach using his feet nicely to the final delivery of the over, punching down the ground and getting a single. So 87 overs completed in the game so far. Imlach has taken his score to 47 and Kevlon Anderson is on 80. 80 coming in 200 balls and showing the patience with which he has applied himself to his inning.
Oh yes, certainly he realized that there are no terrors in the track, and so far so good. Nandu we saw for Guyana too, showing great patience, and Anderson approaching what could be 100. He scored 77 not out in the first inning, so yet to be dismissed in the match so far. I've said 87 overs in the match, Carlisle. I guess you mean 87 overs in this particular innings.
Correct.
So this one is pulled nicely through mid-wicket for 4. The ball is not effective at all. In fact, none of the spin bowls effective so far for the Leeward Islands, and the Guyanese batsmen really are making hay while the sun is shining out there. I think the Carlisle they have been rewarded for sensible batting and showing good patience. Effectively, Guyana 113 now for 2 in front. Nice shot down to Whitish, long on for a single. We've had 1 wicket to fall in the day space so far, and that was by the run-out route. And we've had an appeal for many of the Leeward Island players.
For a minute there, I thought that the Leewards knew something that we didn't know here when they started giving wickets away like that. I figured, okay, they thought that they had enough to win.
Yeah, that thought certainly entered my mind to Carlisle. Fine though, Carlisle, the Leeward Islands seem to, just allowing the game. Even yesterday, they just seem to be allowing the game to drift along. No innovation, no real attempt to pry out a wicket.
And if they batted with no imagination and no desire to get runs, it says that they prefer to be someplace else, maybe on the beach.
Certainly.
Because we haven't seen the best cricket from the Leewards. The batting that I saw yesterday did not inspire me. And the bowling as well today is flat. Have to be looking to get wickets because, as I said, there is a lot of time left in the game. You have to be looking to restrict the scoring and to get wickets. They have not been able to do either. In the morning session, they came back nicely and restricted the scoring, but it has been free-flowing after lunch.
I think too, with the option of new cherry, one might have thought that before the batsmen were totally settled, they might have opted to try something with the new ball. Just some 5 overs after lunch when the new ball would have been due. And the earlier clock, I thought that they might have, at least as soon as it was due, try something. It might not have worked. So they have it, the ships in the harbour, and we would have had some tourists looking on at the game today. But certainly it's a single down to wide, it's long on. And the way the Leewards have been batting and the way they have been collapsing, you would think that the Guyana team is in with a very good chance of winning this match.
You're taking it a long way away from where we are now. First of all, they have to set a target.
Well, they already have some runs on the board. Leeward Islands lost 6 wickets yesterday for 55 runs after being in a very good position.
And they lost 5 for 55 against Trinidad and Tobago.
Okay, well, there we go, right here. Just 2 wickets down for Guyana, and they lead by 116 runs. So, very comfortable position for Guyana to be in at the moment. And based on what we are seeing here from the bowling, it's not suggesting that they're going to pick up a wicket anytime soon.
But then again, this is cricket. Things happen that you don't expect.
That is true. But so far so good in terms of the expected. And I did say yesterday that I don't think that the Leewards are going to dismiss Guyana as cheaply as they would have done in the first inning. Guyanese batsmen, they certainly have come out with a plan, and they have stuck to their plan, and it's working for them. And what they have looked to do is to consolidate and get partnerships going. As we look out towards Nevis there on screen, it's been a very pleasant day. Very picturesque scene there. The Deepwater Harbour in St. Kitts in view also. But it has been a wonderful day, Carlisle, and perhaps the Leeward Islands might be out there thinking that they're in the wrong place with this sort of weather.
I mean, if you mean the wrong place in that they should still be batting, I agree with you.
Well, most definitely. And you're right, you know, the conditions are very favorable for batting. Good seeing light, brilliant sunshine, of course. Good track on which to bat. So certainly in the wrong place. And now, of course, they're paying for the indiscretions.
He's always looking to get room to play into the offside. And this time he managed a single.
Seemed to have been a bit cramped with this shot, but
he was.
You know, as you rightly said, always looking to force the ball into the offside. .259 for 2. We're in the 91st over. This time Imlak stepping out and driving, but straight back to Cornwall. Saw some interesting stats the other day, Carlisle. They were listing some of the heaviest cricketers who would have played international cricket. People like Gattin, Colin Milburn, the Sri Lankan captain, I think his name was Ranatunga, or something of that nature. A number of players But Cornwall topped the list at 326 pounds. Look at the scoreboard there, but still the print very faded. That's the electronic scoreboard. That is the Jumbotron. And obviously the problem not sorted out.
I think my good friend Ambrose is on the manual scoreboard because that is up and running now.
Yes, it has been. It's not totally a manual scoreboard though, Carl. You know, I think there's an electronic part to it. I don't think it's being utilized all the time. This one is pushed down to wide, it's long on for single. Imlach on 48, and he will be looking to get a big one here. Of course, the incumbent wicketkeeper for the West Indies Test team, and he will be looking to continue to put in good performances to hold on to his place as he gets it out to cover for a single.
Current partnership is now at 92 between these two, and they've done so very patiently. You take Anderson, for example. He's batting on 89, and it has taken him 215 deliveries. And it's the kind of patience that we didn't see from the Leeward's batsmen yesterday. And yes, I have to keep going back to that, because cricket is all about playing the situation that you're in. And yesterday, with both Carty and Hamilton set, and none of them having reached to a century mark for the season, you expected to see them patient. But instead, when Guyana started to bowl wide and play negative, and they started chasing the balls, it said to me that they were not mentally focused on the task at hand, and it showed.
Yes, and they played right into the hands of the Guyanese team. And, I'm sure Guyana didn't expect it to be that easy. And I've always spoken about game awareness, match awareness. And one of the skills of being a good cricketer is
52 Imlach.
As he plays a nice shot out to wideish long on. So I'm sure when the Guyanese went out for the second knock, one of the things they would have said is that there's a lot of time left in the game, lots of overs. So there's no need to rush. And they've played this well. .260, 2 for 2. The lead now 120, so effectively 120 for 2. Leewards look like a team just going through emotions out there.
tell you something as we come to the end of that over 262 for 2. If I were the chairman of selectors, I'd be very concerned. Because this is not the first time that we have seen the Leewards collapse like this and then having to bowl, not administer proper bowling performance. Because after the collapse against Trinidad and Tobago, we saw Leewards coming back out to bowl and didn't apply themselves well at all. In fact, the captain was able to get a second 100 in the game.
Yes, and in quick time too.
Okay.
So certainly there's cause for concern there.
And the chairman of selectors for the Leewards is at the game. You look at this bowling performance, he can't be pleased.
Definitely not. But you would say players are paid to play this game. They are professionals. And you wonder which bowler out there is willing to tell the captain, well, to put up there and say, Captain, I'm going to do the job for you. Driven powerfully. And that's a 4.
Easy. Full toss. Overpitched. And just hit straight back down the ground for 4 runs. Walsh really has not been at his best. And he started the season as vice captain.
As vice captain.
Somebody must have seen something that we did not see.
Most definitely.
And it couldn't have been 100 in trials because you're picking him to bowl. And when he has had the chance to show that the 100 was not a fluke, he has not delivered.
No, I mean, he played a totally ridiculous shot when he batted ball wide of the off stump and looking to play it into the onside. Not yet off the mark. Ball that he could have easily left alone. At a point when Leeward Islands was looking to rebuild and looking to get a partnership going.
This must not take anything away from the performance of Guyana. They realized that they were in a difficult situation yesterday after lunch, came back out and said, listen, let us just try to slow down the rate of the scoring. And how did they choose to do that? By bowling very wide. And then the Leewards played into their hands, gifted them 6 wickets for 55 runs. And since that, Guyana have played the better game in terms of the application to the game.
Well, they are defending champions. They are leading the field in terms of points coming into this match. So certainly playing quite well.
100 partnership. Australians are coming June 25th to July 28th, and matches will be played right here in St. Kitts. And so get your tickets. Be ready to see the Australians take on the West Indies. And I suggest that people book their tickets now and be ready to come to Bastille Warner Park in St. Kitts.
Not only book the tickets, those who are coming in from the surrounding islands book the hotel or the guest house. This one is driven powerfully back past Walsh, who got a hand to it.
How can you confuse short Walsh with big Cornwall?
Oh, here we go again. I just spoke about what could be called a disparity in weight. And there we go again. They're all Antiguans though. So,
Anderson is on 94.
Would be a well-deserved 100. And 77 not out in the first innings. Here we go. That offside shot, Carlisle.
Now they're putting in the slip.
Horses bolted. And if Anderson continues to bat as sensibly as he has been batting, I'm pretty certain he's going to cut that shot out. He has gone on to 96, just one hit away from the 100. But this one has bundles of patience to Anderson.
We have drinks and lunch.
One over away from the water break, and Captain Imlach has called for water.
Well, it's been there for some time, and it's hot out there, so no doubt deserving that bit of refreshment. The balls will continue. So he would have started immediately after lunch, so he has been going now for close to an hour. Single down to long on. Question is, where's the next wicket coming from for the Leewards? Another run out. This time straight to the man at widest long on, Louis. What's happening here is that the Guyana, they are batting themselves into a position from where they could launch later on and accelerate their scoring rate to 74 for 2. The rate Carlisle has dropped considerably, 2.87 runs for over, but not something that would worry the Guyanese batsman. Quick single. So inching closer to that 100 with that single. He's now gone on to 98. Anderson.
And the partnership is 107 between them. Anderson, his 98 has taken him some 228 balls, but he's there, he's batting. That is the most important part of it. He's not in a rush to get to 100. Yesterday we saw that Jamal Hamilton seemed to have been in an almighty rush, playing some forceful shots and going after deliveries that he didn't have to go at. But at the break though, an hour completed in the afternoon's play, 276 for 2, 96 overs have been bowled by the Leewards, and the lead is 134 by Guyana. We'll take a break as well.
Well, back here after the first water break, after lunch, play will continue, play will resume. And it looks like a change from the far end. The Go comes back into the attack. So obviously we're not going to see any new ball just yet. And Caramago originally picked for his batting. And of course the Leeward Islands are looking for answers. All eyes on Anderson, who's on 98. 2 runs away from what would be a well-deserved 100. 77 not out in the first innings. Welcome back, Victor Eddie.
Thank you, Earl.
So Cole was at some 14 overs prior to this one for 49 runs. Left arm leg spin. Anderson is patient. He's stretching well forward. He's the model of defense.
Yeah, highlight.
Defensive shot once. Showing good patience.
Yeah, which is
throughout
very
the
good.
innings. So far, he has soaked up some 231 deliveries.
Goes on down to 99 with that single down to mid-on. 277 for 2. Guyana batting the second time.
So go continues from the far end. And he is cut into the offside out to cover by Imlak. Picks up a single. Oh, he's a mix-up, but in the end, common sense prevailed, and the run was not taken. So another over comes to an end. Anderson remains on 99, and it's 278 for 2.
Yes, and again, Anderson demonstrating another good innings. In the first innings, when Guyana were all out for 193, he was 77 not out, and now he's presently 99 not out of some 233 deliveries. A lead of 136. 2 wickets down for Guyana, batting the second time, and both batsmen, they are looking very good.
Single to Anderson, down to third man.
No, that was Imlak.
In fact, Anderson is back on strike now. So Imlak picks up another run, takes him to 57. So let's see what happens here now. Calling in the deep fielders. Not willing to give away a run here. Not willing to give away an easy 100. Mid-on is in place. Long on comes into a mid-on position, long off into a mid-off position, and cover comes into an orthodox position. Wide of the off stump, and no shot offered.
He might get to his 100 with a boundary.
Well, let's wait and see. Tossed up. And he's reaching for that one outside the off stump and gets it into the offside.
Good delivery there by Hayden Walsh Jr., beating the outside edge of Anderson.
Anderson gets this one to mid-on, kept on 99. So keeping the pressure on Anderson to 79 for 2. And he has been very patient, so I'm pretty certain he is defending. I'm pretty certain that he is going to bide his time and he's going to wait for the opportunity as the over comes to an end. 279 for 2. The Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Well, you understand that he knows that he have done the hard work up to this point, and there is no need at this particular moment from him for any indiscretions. Well, he never did demonstrated that in the first innings when he scored 77 not out, and what a good repeating second innings where he is now 98 not out.
Pretty certain that he is posing some questions to the regional selectors, West Indies selectors. Already would have had a century in this year's tournament. Gordo. Single out to backward point by Imlak. And Anderson is back on strike.
Imlak is looking good too himself. He, up to this point too, has batted well. He's on 58. He's a non-striker though. Captain, yeah. Looks good.
Now we see the fielders looking to block out that single cover. Comes into an orthodox run-saving position mid-off and mid-on in place. There's a man on the backward square boundary though. And Anderson is defending. So now we see the backward square leg being called into a short backward square into just next to the umpire, just in the region of the umpire. Casey Carty. Oh, that one certainly seemed to have snuck through the defense of Anderson. As we look at it again.
Ooh, a beauty.
Seem to have gripped a bit. And they've gone past the outside edge. Anderson's bat must be a bit nervous at this point on 99.
Some would say the nervous 90s.
Defense this time though. All eyes, of course. This one run, I mean, you have gotten to 99. Now you're struggling to get one run. Fends once more, and it trickles back up the track to the bowler. So, dead ball signal there. Oh, quick single. And he's home with that single. And he's gotten his 100. Well-deserved knock to 100 to Kevlin Anderson. 243 balls, 10 fours, no 6. Strike rate of 41.15. And certainly well played there by the young man.
Yes, very good 100 by Kevlin Anderson. And it really demonstrated his patience. His shot selection was spot on. He did all the appropriate things in his batsmanship column, and a well-deserved 100 by Kevlin Anderson of Guyana.
So Australia continue, tosses up, and this one is driven down to Whitey long off for a run.
Anderson did get 100 before this one, and that's a very good achievement by the young man. He showed discipline, he showed good character, he showed good thinking, intelligent batting. So collectively, he looks a very organized batsman.
Yes, he is, and not only organized, but has shown great patience, and that's the hallmark of a good batsman. He's one swept in the air out towards backward square. The catch is taken by Henry, and he gives it away just after he had gotten to his 100. We were just lauding him for his patience, sweeping one in the air down to backward square. And Anderson goes caught by Henry off the bowling of Walsh for 101. But really, after fighting so hard to get to that landmark, giving it away, Victor.
Yes, and then when he was, he's still looking at the bottom of his bat, but actually, that's the only flaw that he did made in his innings, and that was his also downfall. But collectively, a very well played 100, the second of the season for Kelvin Anderson. And still looking at the toe of his bat, but he's made his way back to the pavilion, but has done his team Guyana very good service in both innings.
Yes, certainly. He's sweeping off the stumps. And I always wonder why, when players get out, caught, they always look at their bat.
Well, always looking for an excuse.
I mean, they play a wonderful shot, a lovely drive through the offside, and you do not see them looking at their bat.
No, but when it comes the downfall, they all of a sudden it's the bat and not the stroke that they played.
Yes, so.
But 283 for 3 now.
A bit of light at the end of the tunnel. Effectively 141 for 3. Guyana. So a bit of light at the end of the tunnel there for the Leeward Islands, picking up their second wicket of the day. And this time not by the run-out route, but rather wicket going to a bowler.
So good afternoon to those viewers in Berbice, where Kelvin Anderson comes from. They will be very pleased that their homeboy
Uh,
got an X100 in the series so far.
Just a touch away. That one. Middle. Pass.
So the new batsman at the crease is Savory, left-handed batsman. Savory, of course, also a wicket keeper as the over comes to an end. So 283 it is for 3.
Well, collectively, Guyana in the second innings, they have been batting well, and the man Kelvin Anderson, who just got out for 101 for Guyana. In the first innings, when Guyana were all out for 193, he scored 77 not out. So he, in this encounter, has had 2 good knocks for his team. That's Kelvin Anderson. And Imlak is also batting well. He is not out on 59 of some 119 deliveries.
So here we go. Now it's Go who continues from the far end. Imlak is looking for a run, but it's quickly tidied up there on the onside by Spencer. And there's no run.
So immediately, England is calling down Savory and having a few words with him. Might have just been saying there is no need for another suicidal run out. Remember Nando earlier actually ran out himself, but he had a very good knock too. He shared a good partnership of 91 with Anderson.
Draws away and gets it into the offside, out towards a backward point. Blue has some work to do, just a single.
Okay, Louis, he's very quick in the outfield in terms of his sprinting and getting to the balls of the fields for this Leeward Islands team.
Well, he's a young man.
That's right.
And for the West Indies too, when he plays for the West Indies senior team, he spends a lot of time in the outfield. Can recall he had a brilliant run out in one of the test matches in England. Direct hit.
Yeah. He's a very good fieldsman, in truth. Yeah, he's a very good fieldsman also. And ever so often, that can lift your batting confidence, feeling well. And he does feel very good indeed.
Few of the Leeward Island batsmen, they would have thought that they gave it away. They could have gone on. And Louis, no doubt one of them, Casey Carty, for example, would feel that he would have given away 100. Young Joel Andrew. This one keeping a trifle low. And obviously missing leg stump. Had a chat with the young man this morning. Joel Andrew seems to be the type of youngster who is willing to listen. And I've never spoken to him before, but coming across the field, I said hello to him and he stopped, and we had a little chat. And this one is swept, but down to short backward square, and it's fielded there by Walsh. But I had a little chat with the young man, but I'll get back to that in a while.
Yeah, and we can see a few tourist spectators here at the southern end, in the southern end stands, and they would have made their journey, which is not a long distance from Bastille Roadstead up to Warner Park, and obviously enjoying moments of this encounter between these two teams, Guyana and the Leeward Islands.
Here is one played into the offside by Imlak for a single. Just back to Joel Anjou. One of the things he did admit to is the fact that he would have given away his innings a few times, and which is good because it means that the young man is cognizant of the fact that he's making mistakes, and would be thinking in terms of doing things to correct these errors.
And that is very good on his behalf, because when a players can accept that they have faltered and would look into it to not just improve but try to totally avoid those sort of dismissals, that was a very good conversation.
So Walsh, who would have picked up a wicket. He picked up 2 wickets in the first innings for some 20 odd runs. See if he gets another run. So he, in fact, that's his first run. He's on 1. 286 for 3. And of course, Australia coming here to the Caribbean just around July, and the men in maroon will face off against Australia right here in the West Indies. Fuller energy home series, they say. I like that.
Ooh,
that
almost.
Seem to have almost gotten through Imlak, but in the end he survived. And the action, of course, unfolds in Barbados, Grenada, Jamaica, and the St. Kitts with 3 test matches followed by 5 action-packed T20 matches. And of course, you could get your tickets early via the WestIndiesCricket.com. Tickets for children under 16 in the West Indies are free for all test matches. Tickets for children under 16 in the West Indies are 50% off for all T20 matches. And of course, senior citizens in the West Indies also get a 50% off all T20 matches. With fuller energy for the West Indies home series versus Australia. Get your tickets today. Just to say that it is hoped, turned into the onside by Savory for a single. It is hoped that they could have a day-night test match in Jamaica when Australia gets to the Caribbean. But of course, Jamaica would have to upgrade their lights. The lights are not suitable for day-night cricket. So hopefully, if they can get the lights upgraded in Jamaica, we could have day-night test match there. Australia, on the other hand, they would have played several day-night test matches in Australia, and they have done very well. In fact, I don't think they have lost any of the day-night matches they would have played in Australia. And they would have had quite a bit of experience at day-night cricket. So hopefully, once they can get those lights sorted out in Jamaica, they could have a day night match there in Jamaica. Jamaica, of course, are now behind the Eastern Caribbean islands. So, very much suited for viewership in the Eastern Caribbean. The night match probably would start 2 o'clock our time.
Yes.
1 o'clock Jamaica. I'm just putting some times out there. Normally around that time.
Yeah.
So, you know, that would carry on into the night. So, you know, people could go home after work and see quite a bit of cricket.
And sometimes in Jamaica, they have a daylight saving time. Sometimes, certain times of the year. I'm not too certain.
I'm not aware of that, Victor.
Yeah, Jamaica.
I'm not aware of that.
Jamaica.
I'm not aware. I've never. You could be right, but I've never heard.
Yeah.
I've never heard Jamaica has a daylight saving time. I don't know if my producer is aware of that either.
Yeah, Jamaica.
Okay, well, I'll confirm that, Victor.
Because I remember when we played the regional cricket, sometime even going close to 6:30, the light is still very good in terms of for the game. But you can check it out for confirmation, no problem with that. But I like the offers what the West Indies board is giving, the incentives in terms of seniors and the various personnels and so on. But the 50% for the seniors, that is very good along with all the others. But here at Warner Park, Hayden Walsh did get the very valuable wicket of Kelvin Anderson, who scored 101. So he will continue. That's Hayden Walsh Jr. from this media center.
Durham has been on the field for some time. In fact, he's not there now. Savory, almost over balancing.
.289 it is for 3. Guyana batting a second time. 103.1 overs being bowled so far.
Well, if they had daylight saving time once ago, Victor, in Jamaica, they do not observe that now. Definitely not. Right, they do stick to the regular time. But it's Walsh, and this one is in the air. Louis trots back. Oh my goodness, he sticks his hand on his head, and let's wait for the signal. Seemed as though there was another player getting on the hit. And of course, we would have lost sight of the action just below there. Yes, there was another player getting around. And 4 runs. Where we are positioned, it's very difficult. In fact, we do not see the edge of the boundary right ahead of us. The media center here positioned right on the boundary edge. And we have had a number, as we look out, we see most of the screen here broken. Nice drive, but straight to extra cover. Hamilton effectively stops any run. Quite a few of the glasses in the media center, Victor, they have been broken, and they certainly have been broken by balls struck by players. Many would feel that they would have put these structures a little too close to the boundary edge. But the powers that be, they thought differently. Warner Park, of course, would have been a massive ground in the years gone by. And pavilion well away from the boundary edge. In fact, there were steps walking down onto the playing field at Old Warner Park, and you had to cross a road to go down those steps to go onto the playing field. So from the pavilion, you would have had a good view of the playing area and all the boundaries.
Yeah. What I will do then, Earl, all being well, tomorrow I will walk with a picture of whereby you can just see the St. Kitts team coming up the steps, heading to the pavilion, the old pavilion that you're speaking about, as it was the structure then. Yeah.
Big single, and they'll take me easily in the end. Thomas, really big man, big, tall, not as agile as some of the other fielders. Had a long way to go down, and he could not prevent that run. And well judged too. Imlach must have realized that it was O'Shane Thomas at mid-on. The left-hander Savory's on strike now and defense. I would have had some pictures too, Victor, of Warner Park. I could remember there's a picture of Malcolm Willett and Derek Parry. They would have played against the touring Australian team. I think it was the Leeward Islands, and those two would have spun the Australian team out. They would have bowled the Australian team out, and they were leading the team off the field. So
That's a very good one.
Do I have a few pictures, Victor?
Yeah, I have a few too.
You know, I used to fiddle around with the camera at some point. Fended there by Savory. Goes back up on the onside. And there's the run. So at the end of the over, join us, driven through the onside and goes for 4.
And we are back with the action here at Warner Park, Carlisle, and Kelvin Anderson did get 101.
Sorry, they looked at it from the booth next door.
Yes, and that was his first fall stroke. And did that one clear the boundary?
It did. Easily. Pulled down by Walsh, and Imlach he has shown the ability to seize on these opportunities. And he was on the back foot and spanked it over mid-wicket and picked up 6 more.
And Carla, is such a total difference in how the Guyana batsmen have approached their second innings with such discipline. About that Anderson played where he held out to square leg off of a delivery of Cornwall Jr.
This is what cricket is about.
Yeah,
this is what batting is about.
Yeah. So,
I mean, these batsmen for the Leewards, none of them are junior players apart from Joel Andrew.
Right.
They have been at the game for quite a long time. And even so, Andrew is in his 2nd season. So he should be understanding the game a lot better. Not a lot of people make runs in the pavilions. The scorers do.
Yeah. Yeah, you would expect a lot more players to come more quickly matured in the game and game awareness and that sort of thing and so on. But we can all see that Kelvin Anderson is a bright hope for the future at some other senior West Indies level.
Well, you need to see more than that. He
that's
got 100 and then gifted his wicket away.
Yeah, he did.
I would congratulate him on making the 100.
But
I would say the way that he got out does not show enough maturity for me.
Well, Well, up to, yeah, and you're right that he gave it away, but the hallmark of him still to whereby to his credit were immense concentration, good shot selection, good assessment, and then that fall stroke just after getting the 100. And there again, too, his selection could have been different, and I agree with you, yes. But so that would also be his Kelvin Anderson fifth regional century and the 101 that he got here at Warner Park. But another boundary now for the Guyanese team. It's Imlak that struck one into the fine leg boundary for 4. It was the final delivery of Aiden Walsh Jr. So he goes into the 70s. He has been batting well to the captain for Guyana, Tiven Imlak. He's 70 not out of 131 deliveries. And all the batsmen for Guyana in the second innings, though, has batted well. There was a real misjudgment, and run out himself too was Nandu. But outside of that, he batted well. So collectively, they have responded very well, the Guyanese batsmen in this the second innings.
And going across the region, we see in the Barbados game against the Windwards, two more runs to the total. Sweep shot coming from the on the edge. And so 2 more to Imlak, who moves on now to 72. Barbados in their first inning 198, the 11 for the loss of Captain Craig Brathwaite. Volcanoes 186 and 316. And so Barbados looking to get in excess of 300 to win the game, and have lost their captain Craig Brathwaite so far. Trinidad and Tobago 171 in response to Jamaica 372. And Jamaica 69 for 3, batting a second time around. And in the other game, combined campuses 238 and 167 for 1. West Indies Academy was 316.
So, Carl, I know that Craig Brathwaite has given up the captaincy for the test team for the West Indies. Do you have a player in mind that you think?
Haven't given it a great deal of thought at all, Victor.
Okay.
Earl Smith asked me the question, and no, I have not been thinking about that. .314 for the loss of 3, batting a second time around the Guyana Harpy Eagles. And that's adding to the 193 when they batted first. Got bundled out in the 45th over. This time around they're batting deeper. 107 overs gone, and they're 314 for 3.
With a lead now of 172. And Imlak, the captain for Guyana, He's looking good out in the middle. He is presently on 74 of some 134 deliveries.
Leeward's captain, Cornwall, left the field a couple overs ago. We haven't seen him since. Left the field yesterday afternoon as well. Easy single straight and play it down to the fielder coming off the long on boundary.
Imlak advances on to 75. So he would also have in mind, first of all, try to get to the 100.
End of the over. And 108 overs have been completed in this inning. Far cry from the first inning when the Guyana Harpy Eagles only batted for 44.4 overs. But we all suggested, knew that it would be pure bad luck for Guyana to bat as badly in the second inning. And they have shown good discipline this time around.
Yes, certainly the application has been very appropriate. We did not see major indiscretions. I think they were negotiating the wide deliveries consistently, appropriately by leaving them, and all in all, thus far, 173 the lead by now, the Guyana.
At Stumps yesterday, the Leewards had sent down some 42 overs, and then they completed 33 in the first session of the day's play. And so we're talking about 75 overs being completed by the Leewards by lunchtime. 108 completed now, so it means that the Leewards are again bowling the overs very quickly. They have gone to 33. This is the 34th over in this session, Victor. That's very good going.
Yes, indeed,
and still more time to go.
Yeah.
End of the over then. 320 for 3, Savory on 17. And with him is his captain, Tevin Imlach, on 79. And so if you want to see some very good, positive and entertaining cricket, get your tickets now. Hayden Walsh has picked up 1 for 73 from his 23 overs. Again full, a little too straight. And he has a chance to come forward and turn it into the onside. Does Imlach for run number 80. That's well bowled. Coming forward and then going back, got some bat on it. Well, that's well bowled by Walsh.
Yeah, it might have just spun back from the off stump into the center stump area, so better directed delivery by Hayden Walsh Jr. Imlach, the captain, is presently on 80 after faced 143 deliveries.
Anderson got to 77 in the first inning, 101 in the second inning. Imlach, the captain, is out there. He's on 80. He must be telling himself, listen, Josh Da Silva got separate hundreds on this pitch at Warner Park. I want to prove the point that I can bat as well, because he did replace Vice Captain Da Silva on the last tour of Pakistan and showed good skills behind the wicket. He would want to show that he has good skills in front of the wicket as well.
Well, that is how you have to be competitive. And very often, Carla, we find that so many wicket keepers are very reliable batsmen.
Tucked away into the offside, onside, fielder coming from backward square. You played some of your cricket with the great Mike Finley.
Yeah, captain of the Combined Islands.
How good was he in front of the stumps? I know he was
He
fantastic
was
behind the stumps.
he was he was I would say reasonably well to in terms that not an aggressive batsman but was a player who assessed situations quite nicely.
I'll ask you, who was the best wicketkeeper batsman you played with for the Leewards? And I'll give you some time to think about it. I suspect that the gentleman you just spoke about, your former captain, was the best you played with for the Combined Islands, Mike Finley. So I'll ask you about the Leewards. You're searching your memory. He's on 80 and he's facing up to Kareem Agor. Go none for 73 from his 21 overs and 4 balls. Last delivery of the over, cut away into the offside. Imlak gets run number 81, also keeps the strike, and we'll have another over before the tea interval.
I would say Sholan Williams.
Best you played with for the Leewards?
Wicketkeeper batsman. Because I never played with Ridley Jacobs. I played with Livingston Harris of St. Kitts. I would have played, I think, with did Taddy Arundel keep for the Leewards? But I'm not too certain, so I would not like to venture there. But really, I would, in my estimation, Sholan Williams.
And you are rating Sholan higher than Livingston Harris, who was fantastic both in front and behind the stumps.
Yeah, but in terms of Sholan consistency with the bat. And even though Harris would have had the edge
at the Leewards level.
Huh?
At the Leewards level, I'm not talking about the St. Kitts level.
No, at the Leewards,
the Leewards
yeah.
level.
Sholan Williams, he got 100 against Trinidad and Tobago with myself at the Guyana Park, and outside of that, he did get a volume of half centuries. But Livingston Harris was the better keeper, but collecting it was not a wide margin to me in the keeping position. But Sholan was more consistent to me with the bat.
Thank you very much, Vic. You gave it some good thought, and I'll respect your opinion.
Thank you very much.
Good delivery there by Hayden Walsh. Kept just a little bit low, and Savory was watching it carefully and brought down the bat very quickly to keep that from going into his stumps.
But in tribute to Livingston Harris, though, with his batting, he batted some innings in crucial and critical times, and that sort of temperament too, he would have had that type of edge over Sholan Williams, whereby in when it matters, in those adverse situations, he would have been a more reliable batsman in those specific situations. Remember?
So are you changing your vote?
No, I was
Okay.
I was just bringing a situation of attention of their batsmanship, whereby in a particular instances, he in the crisis areas he batted more responsibly.
Okay, just checking on that.
Well,
one delivery left before we can have some tea. And it's Hayden Walsh who is bowling a good testing over here to Savory.
I appreciate the examination.
Yes. I didn't see a lot of Taddy Arundel. Probably saw him once.
But you see,
as I ran away from home in Zion to go to the park to look at cricket.
But you see, the thing about both of them as keepers, when you can stand up on the stumps for guys who are reasonably fast, that is also a very valuable part of wicket keeping too. And Michael Findlay was very good on that. Our late Auckland Hector too, he was a very, very outstanding wicket keeper. But what I think was more where Auckland Hector did not deliver on a consistent basis, he was not a heavy scorer as a wicket-keeper batsman, but exceptional. To me, just wicket-keeping alone, I would say that he is the best wicket-keeper that I have seen come out of St. Kitts, just on the wicket-keeping premise.
Well, it's tea time, and at tea time, the Guyana Harpy Eagles are 326 for the loss of 3 wickets. And Kevlin Anderson made 101, Tevin Imlach 82, and that's where we'll pick up right after tea in about 15 minutes time.
Well, good afternoon once more from Warner Park. Players are going out. The Guyanese batsmen way ahead of the Leeward Island players. And the last session of day 3 about to commence. Guyana, of course, at tea, 326 for 3. Imlak 82, Savory 20. And just before tea, we had Anderson being dismissed for 101. But Carlisle, in terms of the overs, though, things are looking pretty good. Guyana, they would have batted for some 112 overs so far. They started the day having batted for 42 overs yesterday. So we would have had some 70 overs in the day's play so far. And a mandatory 20 overs left with 2 overs to go. So definitely we'll be getting in much more than 90 overs today.
So you're looking things being normal at 4 hours of play being completed in 2 sessions. And so the Leeward should have bowled 60 overs. And they have already completed some 70 overs. And so for the last session, they only have to get in another 20 overs. We will probably see many more overs than that based on the way that we have been going so far.
Most definitely. Certainly making up for that 12 overs last on the first day. We had an extra over yesterday. So in one aspect, certainly...
Only 1 over. Only 11 overs left to be made up because we have already made up 1 in the match.
Yes, certainly.
Yeah.
So pretty good going. And I'm pretty certain that the umpires would be very pleased with this and the authorities would be pleased with this. Like I said yesterday, before the start, there were words exchanged between the umpires and the captains. And I suspected that it would have been in relation to the slow over rate. And certainly the players have done well. Both teams, of course.
I have a little challenge with that, though, because the Leewards would have bowled out Guyana in 44 overs. And so in situations like those, you have to take the fall of wickets into the whole scenario.
But I seem to notice that Carlisle, it seems as though they're not deducting that over for changeover, because Leeward's bowled out Guyana in 44.3 overs. And then on the first day, there were another 45 mandated overs, which technically brings us to the 90 overs in the day's play.
What about the 3 for the change of inning?
Well, that's exactly what I'm getting to. It seems as though that was not taken into consideration. The idea is to get 90 overs in a day's play. That's certainly, based on what we had in front of us, that was not taken into consideration. Swung away down to backward square, and they will pick up a couple. So I suspect that the emphasis is to try and get in as much overs as possible in the day's play.
Say good afternoon to senior pace bowler George Ferris, who says that he's following the game and has his own take on his best wicketkeeper batsman that he played with. And I'll tell you about that in just a little while. And I should add, for the Leewards, Victor Picksherlin Williams. And good old George Ferris is saying that for him, it would be Livingston Harris. Because when it came to batting, especially against the faster bowlers, Harris showed the kind of discipline and the experience. And he's saying that this is playing with them, practicing with them, and playing against them in the Leeward Islands tournament.
Well,
and listen, Livingston Harris was hard to dislodge as a batsman.
Well, while you guys were discussing that, I was rooting for Livingston Harris. Sherrill and Williams never survived well against bowlers like Willett, for example. And he was dismissed quite easily by Willett, and you know, you would not have gotten the wicket of Livingston Harris that easy, no matter how good a spinner you were. And I would go on to say further too that based on regional performances, Livingston Harris would have come a lot closer to getting into the West Indies team than Sherlin Williams. In fact, when some years ago when they took Paidana to Pakistan, I thought that Livingston Harris should have been the man to go to Pakistan. And but there were some regional pundits who were saying that, quite conveniently, they were saying that Livingston Harris was too old at 32. But yet, Paidana, who was just about the same age or a bit older, was not too old. They were saying that he was a young 32. So, but certainly I would go for Livingston Harris.
Seeing a change of bowling, and Spencer will be taking up the attack from the media center end.
Is that a sign that we will see the new ball? We've had some 112 overs with this one. Short and a single.
Far too short. That was almost in the center of the pitch. And he's going to have to show a lot more than that if he's going to price out these batsmen.
So we saw all the rather bit of a reluctance for Cornwall to use his seamers. Now coming back right after tea and bringing Spencer back into the attack. But he's still operating with an old ball, some 112 overs, 112.1 overs old. Sherlin Williams, of course, Carlisle, one of the three William brothers who would have kept wicket for St. Kitts. His older brother would keep it on him, but Sherlin, of course, there was a third brother, Nigel, and I think this one is short and wide, played into the outside. I think the third brother, though, Nigel, he was selected for St. Kitts purely on name, and based on the fact also that his two previous brothers had kept wicket for St. Kitts. I think there would have been some better wicket keepers around St. Kitts at that time.
I want you to call some names. Give me some wicket keepers who were at the time better.
Well,
and were overlooked by the selectors for St. Kitts.
I'll have to dig into that one, and I know Victor would come to my assistance. So taking on the pad, the appeal goes up, the finger goes up, and Save is on his way.
It was a full toss after two shorter deliveries. This one was full, and it seemed to have surprised him. He played all around it, and it struck him full on the pads, and the umpire had no hesitation in telling him, "You're out." So let's look at it again. Bowling over the wicket. Yeah, fair enough.
Very easy.
That was going to go crashing into the stumps.
Yeah, definitely. Very easy decision to make. Victor, if I'm not mistaken, was Harris wicket keeping at that time also? Livingston Harris. When Nigel Williams was selected.
We're not hearing you on the mic, so we're going to have to.
For St. Kitts, Victor, we
we're not hearing Victor through the mic, so we're going to have to wait until he gets on mic.
So
there is a comment which is coming in from my good friend Dr. Mervyn Leader, who says that I should remind Smithen that Sherlin Williams played for the President's 11 as a young kid at the same time that Dujan played for the President 11 as a batsman.
Yes, we would have discussed that earlier off here, and Dujan in fact was given the gloves to keep for that President 11 in Trinidad, and Sherlin Williams at the time was a much better wicket keeper than Dujan, so you know, I certainly would agree with some of that statement. But I'm trying to wrap my brains, Carlisle, because if my memory serves me well, and I'll get some names for you eventually, there were some better wicket keepers around, and the talk was that Nigel would have played purely based on name.
187 is the lead as Sinclair comes to the crease.
So Leeward Islands fighting back a bit. Just trying to get the records of Livingston Harris and Sherlin Williams during the tea break, Carlisle, but unfortunately I wasn't able to pull up any. But one chap told me the other day that Google is free. So perhaps I need to go to Google and try and see if I could get some information there. Right. Here's one down to backward point for single. And all these are talking points, Carlisle. Taddy Arundel was mentioned. I would have seen him as a wicketkeeper batsman. Stubborn. But in terms of his batting, I think guys like Harris and even Sherlin Williams would have outclassed him. Taddy and Arundel, of course, from Antigua.
End of a successful over by Spencer. And the score has moved on to 330 for the loss of 4.
Speaking of a leader, Dr. Leader, is that leader from St. Kitts?
Mervyn, yes.
Mervyn Leader. I'm trying to work out if I know that name. I know that there was an Evan Leader. There were a couple of Leader brothers who were very much into cricket and would have played cricket. But I promise you, Carl, I'll pull up some names of some wicket keepers around.
We're going to be here tomorrow, so you have all night. Drink a couple of Red Bulls that you keep
no, I don't
referring
drink that.
to
I
and
don't
stay
drink
up
that.
and get your homework done.
Certainly don't drink that. Maybe some coffee, but certainly not that Red Bull story. But of course the debate would go on. So let's look at some stats for Sherlin Williams. He had 29 first-class matches, 49 innings, 4 not out, 1,225 runs, a high score of 127. He averaged 27.22. That's his first-class figures. Would have played some list A matches too, with an average just about the same, 27.7 runs here, back out of square. So there you have it. Sherlin Williams averaging 27 with
1 century.
1 century. High score of 127. And batted 49 times. So we would probably try and get a look at Livingston Harris. So Victor, I hope you're listening back there.
And making notes.
And making notes, of course. So It's 331 for 4 now. Guyana. Of course, there's that story, Carlisle, about Auckland Hector from St. Kitts and Michael Finley playing in the same match for Combined Islands with Leonard Harris from St. Kitts being the captain. And he opted to use Michael Finley as wicketkeeper. A lot was said about that and still being said about that. So let's look at Livingston Harris. It seems as though we might have some information here as this one goes into the slip area. So Livingston Harris, 31 matches, 1,285 runs, and a batting average of 30.59, just a shade above that of Sherlin Williams, just a trifle above.
You say a shade, I'm seeing 3 clear points.
Well, you're right. 3 clear points. Victor? Hope Victor is taking notes. Driven up to extra cover, no run. And did you know, Carla, did you know that James Harris, when he started playing, when he was playing local cricket, he was a medium pacer?
James or Livingston?
Livingston, sorry.
Livingston, okay.
Livingston, sorry. James is the one, the fast bowler who, the late James Harris, he would have passed away.
You didn't complete the stats for Harris because, you know, our listeners are very much on the ball, and the big pace George Ferris has already sent through the statistics. Harris had a high score of 98. He never
98,
got 100.
yes, I didn't mention that. 98, he never
But
got 100.
11 half centuries.
That's right. Played into the onside.
Spencer is bowling way too short. He's bowling in the middle of the pitch most of the deliveries. I'm sure this cannot be inspiring the captain to take the new ball. He's bowling the one delivery that he bowled fuller pitch. He got a wicket. And then after that he's bowling.
So certainly Sherlin Williams going past that Harris in terms of hundreds. At least one more than Harris got. And safe to say Harris didn't get
two
any.
centuries for Sherlin.
Sherlin Williams, 2 centuries. The high score was 127.
4 half centuries.
And 4 half centuries. Seems as though these former cricketers are very good statisticians. George Ferris very much on the ball there. And Basil Morgan, say good afternoon to Basil Morgan over there in Mount Strat. Renowned umpire, one who would have played Leeward Islands cricket for Mount Strat. And Basil Morgan, he says that his first love is cricket stats, umpiring, although he did a very good job umpiring regionally. Pushed into the offside.
Far too short again. He's bowling. He's not going to test the batsman with this length. Far too short, making it easy to play.
See some clouds gathering, Carlisle. As the Calypsonian says, some dark clouds gathering. They're in the danger area, of course. Let's hope it blows away. Weather has been good throughout. So Spencer. pulled and pulled nicely, but just a single. As Henry is moving smartly to his left to field.
This is not good bowling, though. This is poor bowling by Spencer. Bowling in the middle of the pitch as if he's attempting to see if he can test out the pitch.
So we're back with the action here. And there we have a shot of that area, dark clouds. The dark clouds have gathered. And we are hoping that it blows away. Those clouds blow away. There's still a stiff breeze based on what we are seeing from the trees, palm trees waving. So hopefully this one should blow away. See dark brown administering some treatment to Jeremiah Louis. Dark brown, of course, from Nevis, the physio for the Leewards, the physio for West Indies, following in his father's footsteps, Carlisle. Virgil Brown, of course, who would have played for Nevis.
And the Leewards.
And the Leewards. Left arm spin bowler, and then going on to become the physio for the West Indies. Push back up the track to Cornwall. So that born a young man, but has been very much involved in cricket. In fact, was the chief organizer of the Cool and Smooth tournament here in St. Kitts last year. And I would have spoken to him earlier on, and he was telling me that the standard of the tournament this year is going to be even higher. Tournament, I think it starts on the 14th of May. Quite a number of players come across from Nevis to participate in the tournament, Carlisle. In fact, there are teams out of Nevis, I think it's the Brown Hill, I think it's the Blue Runners, I'm not too certain. Could be the Dolphins. And there's a team from Government Road also. And then you have a number of players from Nevis also playing with teams from St. Kitts. It's now 334 for 4. Yet we have not seen the new ball. 117 overs bowled. And Spencer will continue.
Just one run away from the total from which the Leewards were bowled out completely yesterday. 335 made by the Leewards batting first. But we have to remind you that the Leewards were 280 for the loss of 4. And really squandered a very, very good position. Lost the last 6 wickets for 55 runs. And my apologies to those persons who don't like to hear us say that the Leeward squandered a good position, but they did.
Well, I don't. There's no need for apology. You're just stating
no, if it makes them feel better, I'll apologize. But it wouldn't stop me from saying the facts.
Well, it wouldn't change the fact. So, no need to apologize, Carlisle. Because I'm sure that there are many Leeward Island supporters who are very disgusted at that performance.
And not only that, we saw it before in the game against Trinidad and Tobago. So for the Leewards not to learn from that is what hurts me more than anything else.
And when you look at the with Graves going down at number 7, you would have thought they would have done a lot better in both matches, having gotten good starts. But it's getting a bit darker. And we do hope that the rain stays away outside the off stump, the shot offered. So Imlak on 83. Could there be another century here for Guyana today? And left to be seen, but just something runs away. Kevin Sinclair, he's on 5. And he already has a regional 100. Played into the offside. No run. Seems as though it's young Landy for on the field there substituting Carlisle. Landy for, of course, out of St. Martin. St. Martin seems to be producing more regional cricketers these days than some of the other Leeward Islands. You have Nathan Edwards, I think he's with the academy. And of course, we do have Casey Carty, who's here with the Leewards, and Landiford also. Turned into the onside, just back out of square. And back for the second. And of course, in St. Martin, with limited facilities, Carlisle, they have been able to produce quality cricketers. For most parts in St. Martin, they do play their cricket on the weekends. Wide of the off stump from Spencer. And this one is allowed through to Joel Andrew. Takes behind. Clouds seem to be lifting a bit. Some tourists still looking on at the game. Ships still in harbour. Of course, it's just after 3 o'clock, so I suspect the ships might not be leaving until around 5 or later. Bear in mind though that ship time is different to island time. Wide of the off stump. That seems ironic, that seems contradictory, Carlisle. Ship time being different to island time.
Yeah, you know, I spent manager. Time is time.
Time is time.
Simple as that.
What I'm saying though is that they might, for example, if they go into Jamaica, they do not, the ships do not change their clock. If they are leaving, let's say Miami, for example, or there we see, you have a good look at the ships. Or if they are coming from Jamaica, coming into one of the Eastern Caribbean islands, the time remains the same on board. So you have to be cognizant of the actual time on board and synchronize your clocks with the ship time, or you might find yourself stranded.
The lead is 194. And so Guyana are positioning themselves nicely. We're in the final session of the day's play. And leading by 104 runs, Guyana. The lead by the Leewards yesterday was about half of what I expected it to be. 142. They were well set. Should have had a much better lead than that.
Well, Guyana certainly, they've come back well, and I did say yesterday that I don't think that the Leewards, they're going to dismiss Guyana as cheaply as they did in the first innings, and so far so good for Guyana. 336 for 4.
You see, but by not closing out the inning well, the Leewards, they have given themselves a bit more to do in the second turn at bat.
Yeah,
whenever that is.
Most definitely. Driven, and driven for runs.
Good shot. Was in the slot, he just came forward, and long off was open. The fielder is up at mid-off. And so he was able to get that away very well. Was a little bit wide as well. And so good safe shot to give him 4 important runs, simply.
In fact, one bounce across the boundary line. So dropping pretty close to the boundary. And a good shot there by Sinclair. And the lead now going to 198, just 2 runs short of 200. At the end of this over, Victor Eddy will replace me. So certainly Guyana in a very good position now. They're in a position where they could push on a bit. And whereas it should have been the Leewards looking to declare at one point. Now it's Guyana who is thinking in terms of a declaration. And looking to see how far they could go before they could make a declaration. So the tables certainly have turned on the islands, and much to their own doing, of course. Good signs though, Carlisle. The clouds certainly have lifted and taking away that threat of rain. So over 119 in progress. 2 deliveries left in the over. Are we going to see a new ball today? Walsh, of course, Cornwall, of course, in his 40th over. Walsh not in the attack at the moment. So Raheem Cornwall completing his 40th over, 1 for 84. The over comes to an end. And Victor Eddy will replace me.
So 340 for the loss of four wickets. Guyana batting very well this second time of asking. First time at bat, having won the toss, they only made 193, to which the Leewards replied with 335 all out. The pitch is still very good for batting. Never any doubt there, never any question about the quality of the surface and challenges for the batsmen. And you can see that from the fact that the Leewards, when they batted, Carty reached 92, Hamilton 80, Louis 73, and none of them were able to convert. In situations like those, Victor, you need one or more of those batters to convert and get a big 100.
Yes, and really, certainly, I like the way that how Guyana has approached their second innings after scoring just 193 in their first. A lot much more thought, a lot more match awareness, a lot much more shot selections, and overall, up to this particular point, they have batted very well. 340 it is for 4. And to all our viewers, pleasant good day to you all. And there have been some interesting conversations between Carlisle Powell and Earl Smitten, and one of the topics that were discussed, which was very interesting, is wicketkeeper batsman of St. Kitts and Leeward Islands, Livingstone Harris, and also Sholan Williams. Well,
better length by Spencer in this over. He's bowling a fuller length. And that is what you want to see him do. Bowl a fuller length challenge the batters, try to bring the two catchers into play. When he's putting it in the middle of the pitch, that's not going to test them much.
Yes, indeed. The wicket delivery is always more appropriate, especially from the seam bowlers. They took the new ball?
No.
They have not taken the new ball. Well, with the harder ball too, probably it might have just made a difference in terms of the one. It would have been a harder one, and they might have got some movements, but that is not to be. 340 for 4. 198 is the lead, Guyana. And to extend the conversation, Carlisle, of Livingstone, Harris, and Sholand Williams, a very interesting one. And if my memory serves me right, Curtly Ambrose made his I am coming to think. Curtly Ambrose, I think, made his debut in 1988 for the Leewards, somewhere around there. I'm subject to correction, but
I saw him in 87 in the Antigua versus St. Kitts game at the ARG.
Right. So
that year he was good enough.
Yeah, and
didn't make the side.
Right.
I'm told that his coach, Taddy Arundel, said maybe you were too good.
Well, that is a story there. But 1988 was my last regional series. I think that was the year that Curtly Ambrose made his debut. What year did Livingstone Harris made his debut for the Leeward Islands? You see, and there it's where it's at, because the question was who I played with, not which one was the better. You see, that was the question posed to me, as my understanding, right? But we'll get something sorted out. This conversation is good.
Harrow played from 80 to 86.
Right.
No, Sholand played from 80 to 86. Let me look for Harris.
That's right.
Harris played from 88 to 93. So you were going out and he was coming in.
Right. So, but the question that was posed is who I played with, not who I think was the better wicketkeeper batsman.
Have you?
So in precise now to answer George, definitely Livingstone Harris was the better wicketkeeper batsman. But the first question that was posed, whom Victor Eddie played with.
Victor,
And,
I should have known
I'm not a legal.
I should have known that you were behind there consulting your lawyer and getting
my
your
elder brother, Fitzroy. Well, Fitzroy is my elder brother, and if he's viewing, a pleasant good day to him.
4 runs. Again short by Spencer, and way too short. Not really impressed by the way he has bowled in this spell. He has been bowling far too short, and that one was played down to the vacant third man position for 4. The one delivery that he bowled full, and then he has gone right back to bowling short.
And that is something which you draw to our viewers in your conversation earlier, that bowlers must know the angles that they're bowling. And George, good afternoon to you. You knew your angles where you bowled. But George, when Livingstone Harris made his debut for the Leeward Islands, I was on my way out, because in 1988, where Curtly Ambrose made his debut at Gowracoral Park, when there was that dispute where Cumberbatch of Trinidad and Tobago was presiding umpire he was at square leg, and he called Curtly Ambrose for chucking, unfair action. Well, at that particular time, George, Curtly Ambrose was so successful before we got to Gowracoral Park playing against other teams in regional cricket, and none of the umpires found at those particular matches that he had a suspected action.
And he never did have.
But because George, that Curtly then was had more wickets than Anthony Gray of Trinidad, so that there was that perception again of the
Victor, that should never have been in the equation.
Well, I'm just
wickets and a different competitor. That's far different.
Well, yes, but I'm just trying
as an umpire.
Yeah.
You're asked to
to
judge
adjudicate.
what you see.
Yeah, right.
And but if he did in fact believe that he saw Curtly Ambrose with an illegal action with a bent elbow.
Yeah.
And in those days we didn't have the 15 degrees.
But then,
but it's so.
Yes, and
I managed Curtly Ambrose for 4 years. Never saw him close to chucking a ball.
Well, even to confirm that you had that close practical experience of being that close to him. The point I'm making to Carlisle, which was so relevant to the point that you have made, he did play matches before getting to Gora Park, but he had a higher percentage of wickets than Anthony Gray. So, on just speculation then. No,
yeah,
I understand your point. I understand.
I'm not going to speculate, Victor.
Okay, on that
I've
aspect.
heard people with that sideline argument, and I've dismissed it.
I think
because I tell myself that an umpire is supposed to call the game the way that he sees it.
Because
not based on who is from where.
Well, that is in reality. I would agree with that. That is how it should be. You're supposed to govern the game.
So that is why I have
efficiently.
always dismissed this about who got more wickets and who was from where. And I dismissed it, and I will continue to dismiss it.
You're entitled to your views and opinion, and I will respect that 100%, right? But anyway, we're moving away from that though. But what you have said to justify it, not what I am actually saying, that was the actual projection, but because the insularity was so relevant that I didn't even think it would have been appropriate for an umpire to be thinking that way. So
and we are not aware he
we
was
are not
thinking
aware
that
we are
way
thinking
either,
that way. So
because you have not interviewed him.
Okay, we close
so
that.
I leave that alone.
But I know, and I am agreeing with you, that he never had an unfair action in my view. Right?
Correct.
Curtly Ambrose. Good. So, George, in terms of the conversation previously, if you are viewing and listening, in 1988 when Curtly Ambrose made his debut, that was the first year too that Livingstone Harris represented the Leewards. But the question that was posed to me was not who was the better wicket-keeper batsman, is who I played with as the wicket-keeper
You've told us
batsman.
that 4 times.
Well,
and so it's in the record.
Okay, thanks.
It's
thanks.
345 for the loss of 4. The lead by Guyana has gone past 200.
Okay, let me clear the airs to on another event that took place. And Earl Smitten, when he was on, he brought up the situation. And here is no run here at the moment. 345 for 4 Guyana. They're having a good second innings. We have seen some good knocks from most of all starting with Nandu. He ran out himself. So we are back with the cricket here at Warner Park. It's Guyana against the Leeward Islands. Guyana batting a second time, and they are 345 for 4. With the allegations, with the Len Harris being the Combined Islands captain at the time when there was going to be a regional match that was played here, where the late Leonard Harris was the captain. But what actually happened? Finley was already the wicket-keeper batsman for the West Indies team coming off of tour of England. So this sentiment about territorial emotion because Harris was the captain and Hector from St. Kitts and Leonard Harris the late was from St. Kitts too, that he should have played. But on principle, Leonard Harris did the appropriate thing. How could you put the wicket-keeper, established wicket-keeper who was done on the West Indies squad on the bench just to play your wicket-keeper from the same island because you're the captain? That would have been so out of order. So in my view, I thought Leonard Harris, the late Leonard Harris, did the appropriate thing.
Thank you very much, Victor.
And Earl Smith now has just returned, but with the Leonard Harris and Mike Finley allegations, Finley was already Finley was then the he was already the wicket keeper for the West Indies team. And then when the game came here, the captain of the Combined Islands team could not put the West Indies wicket keeper on the bench.
Listen, Victor,
And
I've
sorry.
heard that. You have said it twice.
Okay, sorry.
I'm putting that to rest.
All right.
Another short delivery outside the off
Sorry,
stump.
I got a little emotional.
And yeah, but you
Sorry,
have said
sorry.
it. Yeah, we have
Okay.
heard it repeated. I'm leaving that alone.
Okay.
If the Leewards had left alone some of those balls yesterday, they would have made more runs.
Okay, thank you very much, Carla. You have synchronized it well. And we can see a few good amount more reasonable spectators. But locally, as the wicket keepers, that Earl also brought the conversation that who was better than Sholan Williams. Coming to mind, there was a Warren Davis from Molyneux. He was a very good wicket keeper. No, Nigel, sorry.
Warren eventually played for St. Kitts.
Yeah, you're right. And there was also a Garrett Matthew from Molyneux who made
Who was younger.
made a under 19. I think it was a West Indies team. But Garrett went on a tour with the West Indies under 19. So he too. And then there was a guy, I don't remember his first name, but he was Maynard. We used to say Manny Maynard. I played Haynes Smith cricket with him too when I left Renown. So yeah, so those there might have been more, and I will recollect my thoughts and probably come with some more tomorrow. But for now, what my memory serves me, I can distinctly remember those three. Right?
Thank you very much, Victor.
And
I'm going to engage you in a different subject before the afternoon is done. We still have some more time. I'm not keeping check of the number of overs to go. 9, I think that we're about 10 more overs after this one. But we'll go straight until 5 o'clock nonetheless. Spencer,
your questions usually make me think a lot, eh?
I want you to think a lot as well. Single, Sinclair is getting his 14th run, and it's now 346 for the loss of 4. Guyana leading by 205 runs it is. 204 runs the lead. Sometimes you hear people in discussions and talking about slower bowlers, and they talk about spin, they talk about turn loosely. And I'm going to engage you today and tomorrow. Another short delivery from which they won't score. And have you tell us the difference between spin and turn. Because a lot of people don't understand the subtle differences. They believe that all slow bowlers spin the ball. And that is very far from the truth.
Because you're sitting next to the example from that far part of the truth. Because Victor Eddy was never a big spinner of the ball. Victor Eddy was a good line and length bowler.
A slow bowler.
A slow bowler who would bowl a drifter in similarity to one of your island players and a very good friend of mine, pleasant good day to him if he's viewing it, Ronald Powell.
Ronald Powell was the king of drift.
Right.
But Derek Parry
but
and
spin now.
Elfamido Willett both
Spin
spun it
now.
and turned it.
And then now too, you can say a Warrington Phillip, a Virgil Newton, and a Noel Gishard spinners of the ball. So that is in my analysis, the differences of slow bowlers and spin bowlers. Because
but Parry and Willett were different.
Oh, my bad.
The spin batsmen have told me that they could hear the ball.
The
revolutions on the ball, they could hear it coming. That's spin.
Let me confirm this to you and to many viewers. When a strong breeze is coming across the ground, whether it was Grove Park or Water Park, and Willett and Parry is bowling, it sounds like when somebody is tearing saltfish or kite is flying and the card or the what it's made up out of is wobbling, how it was coming. But as Willett said at the Malcolm Gishard, where it was well recognized and appreciated his 50 years, he said, one thing I could say about Victor Eddy as a batsman, he was very cautious. But I would tell him, I was very respectable to the art
Okay, so spin.
Spin.
That's the revolution.
Yes. Oh, yes. Derek Parry, the perfect example for spin. And I said yesterday that I held a conversation with the late Austin Alvin Eddy, my father. And in conversation, I said, Dad, I believe if Derek and El Comide will have played the same amount of test matches like Ramadan and Valentine, they would have broken his record. He said, oh, Victor, that is speculation, but they had the quality. You know, and it was kind of things, you know, because they were good. They were very good.
Yeah, you're not going to distract me from having you tell us about turn. Because Victor didn't turn it.
Oh, yeah, that is true.
Hardly. But
well,
tell me about some of the turners of the ball that you knew. And turn, we're talking about the change in angle of the pitch.
I will tell you one time where that might have been my more significant part, where I got spin on the ball, but I will more listen. I will more contribute it to in 1973 when we played Antigua here, and I got 7 for 28 on the final day, but the cracks on the pitch were opened up, so the ball spun a lot much more when they hit the cracks. So that's fair. But in general, no, I was not a big spinner. In general, I was more a drifter of the ball.
And a good slow bowler. Okay.
Concluded.
I like your honesty.
I like to be frank. Is it so speech that cannot be condemned?
It's fair enough.
All right. No, but and if we you see, and I think too, that is what made me and others who think that way valuable cricketers. When you can accept, look here, I'm not a great hooker of the ball, right? So if I am batting with Richie Richardson, for example, in a Leeward Islands game, and we did bat many times and so forth together, I know I did not have that element of confidence in hooking, so I avoided it. And people would have said, oh, he ran in, but I was at the crease still. And one of the things, and a pleasant good day to him too, if he's looking 2 more runs to Guyana, would that be bringing up the 350 for them? We'll just have to wait and see. Yes, the 350 is now on the board. But Carlisle, how well the Guyana batsmen have demonstrated to our viewers how they left the wide deliveries, how they ran between the wickets, how they accumulated their singles, they waited for the loose deliveries. So collectively, 208 now is the lead. So a very outstanding performance by Ghana's second innings.
Absolutely, and this is what cricket is about. You see batters giving themselves the opportunity to get in and stay in. And you want to see them batting with a sense of purpose. I thought yesterday, and I said it quite clearly, that the Leewards seemed to be in a hurry. They seemed to be chasing the game. And instead of allowing the Guyanese to bowl at them, when Guyana started bowling a wide line, they just followed the bowling. And to me, it showed good planning by Guyana. It showed a poor response by the Leewards.
Yes,
and this is simply what we are saying.
Yes, and your analysis is very accurate, really. You have to be patient. If the ball is not on your wicket, don't follow it. That comes to mind to Carlisle that in my generation of cricketers and playing Leeward Islands cricket tournament, they excluded myself. There are so many other batsmen you can think about that place value on their wicket. And bowlers most of the times earn their wickets. You know? Yeah, it's a bit overcast though. Is there any immediate threat of rain?
I can still see Navy speak quite clearly.
Well, you have on the glasses also too, eh?
No, but even without my glasses, I can see.
No,
Navy
I'm not.
speak
I'm
clearly.
not. I'm not discrediting your views.
Better line by Spencer. Fuller length outside the line of the off stump, much closer than those deliveries that were chased by the Leewards. Yeah, I get into trouble for saying that. But I don't mind getting in trouble for talking the truth.
No, well, the truth shall set every man free, right? And sometimes some people more see the truth as an offense. Sometimes I see it as a compliment. because you complimented me this afternoon,
Hmm.
and I appreciated it. I was a straight ball bowler. Good guy.
Again, short and about the fifth stump line. And there is the batsman Imlak, who is on 87, leaving it alone.
Could I give you all a personal story about myself? Sinkich played Montserrat in Montserrat, Leeward Islands
Sturge
cricket tournament, Sturge Bar. Virgil Newton was the captain. He tried all the different line bowlers, but there was this young left-hander who went off to England, Brian, I think his name was. He was showing good temperament, and he was batting with Hasten Ryan, the tall left-hander, and a good partnership going. Ricky Basu, for some reason, went off the field, and Hesketh Benjamin was our manager. So, when Virgil looked around, he realized that he hadn't bowled me. He said, Victor, come in. He brought me from the cemetery road in, right? So, when that ball was tossed to me, 350 for 4 here at Warner Park, Guyana versus Leeward Islands, and really batting good a second time is Guyana. Ricky Basu came running back out onto the field, went straight to Virgil Newton. Hesketh manager say, what stupid is you doing now? We're bringing on Victor into the attack. He said, go back and tell Hesketh Benjamin manager that Virgil Newton is the captain. When I got 5 wickets for somewhere close in the 30s and we came off, you know what Hesketh said?
Well bowled.
No. Look how wrong things have become right. Yeah, you jumped the gun. Look how wrong things have become right. But what he used to do though, every bowler when he managed, that's Hesketh Benjamin. If you get 5, he gave you $100 each. If you made 100 runs, he gave you $100 each. So he said, Victor, here is your $100, but wrong things went right. But it was all, well, knowing me too, he could oppose that to me, knowing my spirit and way and things. So I said, well, I hope he looks to the future for the next match to bring me on earlier.
Partnership is 21 between Imlak and Sinclair. Lead is 208 runs.
But this
and,
also...
and Imlak has slowed right down in the 80s.
Well,
21 the partnership, 17 to Sinclair.
Well, also with that too, Carlisle, that is still very good. Yes, you slow down. You had a momentum going. You come into a slow period now. Accept your slow period. It might just pick up before the close of play again in his favor, whereby he might get to the 100. He's presently on 87, and a very good 87.
At T, Guyana was 326 for 3. They have added some 24 runs in the hour since T. So it is now 350 for the loss of 4 wickets. 124 overs have been bowled by the Leewards, and their over rate has been nothing short of fantastic. By the T period, they had already bowled some 70 overs.
What is instructional, though, Carlisle, is that the rate at which the Guyana team is going at 2.82 runs per over. So Leewards, though they have not really picked up many wickets, they have managed to keep things in check.
That is absolutely correct.
And of course, they would not want the Guyana team to score at a tremendous rate. The longer they have to bat to get a target, then it works in favor of the Leeward Islands.
Leewards will have to bat well in the second inning.
Oh yes, most
because you expect Purmal to bowl a lot more overs than it did in the first inning.
Definitely. 208 runs the lead at the moment. But what Guyana would be looking to do at this point, though, is to try and get through to the close of this play without further loss or with minimal loss, and then come back tomorrow morning, assess the situation at bat, at least for the better part of the first session. Probably look to accelerate also and give themselves a chance of bowling out the Leeward Islands a second time. But here's a good shot though. And this has gone all the way over a long off, and it has gone for 6. So who knows, perhaps the acceleration has already started.
Not really. It was tossed up. It was in the slot. It was there to be hit. And why waste time if you can hit it out of the ground?
And of course, runs important at this stage for Guyana. Already behind on first innings. Oh, he's an almighty swipe at inside, edging into the onside. And the drinks are being called on. And we're going to take a drink also. Well, we are back with the action. Players taking their time, moving slowly around. But of course, Carlisle well ahead of the overweight. So, of course, no need for the real urgency.
I make it 7 overs left in the day's play, but of course, you know, we'll go until 5 o'clock.
So perhaps another 12 overs. We'll probably get in about another 12 overs at least, hopefully. Spencer will continue. Now, Carlisle, Victor would have given you some names. And while I was off here, I was also doing a bit of research myself and doing a bit of mind checking. And those names that he would have given me in terms of wicket keepers were correct. Of course, young Garrett Matcher, a young man who was not selected. Nigel Williams referred to him. And he got fed up. And finished away with the game and moved overseas. You know, there was also Jason Williams. I don't think Victor would have mentioned that one from St. Paul's. He eventually kept wicket for St. Kitts, but he was denied at one point also in preference to Nigel Williams. And of course, Victor would have mentioned Manny Maynard. He was a very good wicketkeeper also. Wade Davis would have kept wicket also around those times for St. Kitts.
I know Warren kept, I can't
and
remember.
Warren
Wade.
also, and Wade also kept wicket. Also kept wicket. So, and Warren certainly, he went on to play for St. Kitts. He was a good keeper. Right? Well, you never knew where they kept for St. Kitts. I'll tell you this one. Luther Kelly kept for St. Kitts at one point also.
Was selected as a keeper? Or fielding?
Fielding.
Okay.
But those are about the main names, really. Those who could have easily gotten into the team ahead of Nigel. But it was said that the Williams brothers, they were natural keepers. So perhaps Nigel was selected on the basis of that. But we are back with play here, 356 for 4. And the lead is now at 214. No new ballers yet. Say good afternoon to people like Luther Kelly. Alfred Luther Kelly. I'm certain he's looking in at the game at the moment. Luther Kelly would have represented St. Kitts, of course, at football, athletics, basketball, you name it. Athletics, Victor. Athletics. Very skilled sportsman indeed, and very good table tennis player also. But we are back with Spencer. Too short again, but can't beat Louis at backward point. .357 for 4 in over number 126. time he's getting runs up towards mid-wicket. Back for the second rather quickly. Looking for a third. And Imlak is not interested.
Another over completed. Lead is 215 by Guyana. And the partnership has moved on to 30. So Sinclair is there with Imlak. His contribution to that partnership is 25.
So just some 5 runs from Imlak. So he certainly has slowed down, and he's stuck in the 80s. And no doubt looking to pat through the day and perhaps get another 100 here today. But he has slowed down. The scoring rate has slowed down considerably also. We're back with Go now. Karima Go coming back from the far end.
Captain has left the field again. So he has had to be replaced at the far end.
One wonders at the level of fitness of the captain.
He's just conserving his energy.
I'm
I'm told here that Victor also played golf for St. Kitts.
Victor?
So not Victor, Luther.
Luther? Oh, no, Victor. I know Victor was a very good cricketer, very good batsman, and who...
Did he attempt tennis?
I doubt that very much. I doubt that very much. Victor had a very deceptive straight ball. Batsman playing for turn. That's how he got his wickets. Yes, Luther was. And, you know, they would tell you that Luther Kelly also had one of the most powerful heads in football. See, when he headed that ball, it had some velocity on it.
Karima Go has sent down some 22 and a half overs. And we say, hooray. The big scoreboard, the electronic scoreboard, is operating for the first time for the day.
Oh, well, certainly something has happened there. But Carlisle, it seems as though we're not going to see that second new ball today. Perhaps the Leeward Islands thinking that a harder ball might bring better results for the Guyana team. Comes on to the bat much better. But here is a short one, not being capitalized on. Played it straight to short mid-wicket.
It seemed as if he toe-ended it.
So could have easily gotten a boundary there, Sinclair. Played it straight to short mid-wicket where Spencer fielded. And as you rightly said, he toe-ended it to Sinclair and failed to pick up a run. So 127 overs bowled in this innings. We started the day with 42 overs completed. So that's, let's say, some 80, 85 overs bowled so far in the day. So another 5 overs, mandatory overs that is left in the day's play. This one is wide off stump. Guyana, I would say, in a very strong position at the moment. Just some 4 wickets down. 360 for 4. Much better place than the Leeward Islands now. Quick single turn eludes the non-striker. Non-striker's end. And the run taken in the end.
Good effort by Spencer, but he had, first of all, to chase after the ball and then to pick it up and turn. And that was too much of an effort. He didn't get it on line. Good single in the end.
Of course, the possibilities of reserve in this match at one point. Leeward Islands were in with a very good chance of winning this match. They batted poorly. Now, the way this match is going presently, it seems as though there are only 2 possibilities unless Guyana collapse. That's a draw or a Guyana's win.
I'm not narrowing it down as much as that. It's too early.
Too early, Carl says.
You still have another 40 minutes in the day's play today. You have all day tomorrow. Guyana are leading by 219 runs. Let us suppose that they are to get to 250 eventually, and the Leewards were again to capitulate. That could be a victory. But let us suppose that the Leewards are asked to chase 250 and are asked to do so even after lunch. Still game on.
Still game on. But the possibilities narrowing a bit at this stage, I would say, with the position Guyana is in. But you're right, cricket is a game that you cannot really bet on.
May I remind you that the Leewards lost 6 for 55.
Well,
so if you add 55 runs to the score and the Guyana were to collapse, you're asking the Leewards not a great big challenge with a day.
But Leewards, we have seen some indiscipline. But they have the weapon to chase down 250 runs. So probably not out of it as yet. But right now, advantage Guyana. Wide of the off stump, that one.
I'm saying that Leewards are still in the game.
Well, they are still in the game. I would not deny that. But of course, one would have certain misgivings about the way they tend to bat at times. Guyana, though, has been very disciplined in this second innings performance. But a wicket or two here could really change the complexion of the game, though, Carlisle. So, this one is edged and put down there by a young Joel Andrew. It was low to the ground. It was a difficult catch. And it overcomes to an end. So we look at it again on the monitor. Edged.
Wrong footed. It was going the wrong way, but he got it in the glove.
He got it in the glove. And there you have it. He could have easily transformed this game. And this is why they say catches win matches. Batsman, of course, being Sinclair. that time. So I was just saying to Carlisle a wicket or two here could change the complexion. And we almost had one. But I guess that is why we love this game. So who's the captain out there? We see Hamilton gesturing, making changes. Casey Carty is at mid-off, wideish. Single up to long on. Sinclair's gone on to 25 from 49 deliveries. So 3 overs that has to be bowled after this one. So definitely we'll have some extra overs today. Of course, next month they would be having this tournament, this T20 tournament at the Byron Lara's Stadium in Trinidad and Tobago. I think they call it the Breakout League. And players below the age of 30 and who would not have played a certain number of international matches or T20 matches into the mix. Of course, they have what they call some protected players from each territory. And of course, seems as though they are using that as a feeding ground for the CPL in the first instance. Of course, the talent scouts will be out looking at those fixtures. And seems as though we might have the new ball being taken. In fact, no. They are persisting with that old ball. .360 for 4, 129 overs bowled. The lead is 220 runs. Currently they are going at 2.8 runs over. Imlak is on 91. And Sinclair is on 25. It's Imlak who gets a run here. Lots of time left in the day's play for Imlak to pick up 100. This one is outside the off stump and no shot offered. But it's good to know, Carlisle, though, that there seems to be quite a number of past cricketers, past Leeward Island cricketers who are still following the game. Many of them seem to be looking at this one on social platforms, social media platform. Basil Morgan, I say good afternoon to him. He would have been looking on yesterday, and you would have mentioned George Ferris, fast bowler from Antigua. They bowl rather quickly also. Outside the off stump, no shot offered. My good friend Luther Kelly, of course, is at home looking on. Say good afternoon to him.
Spencer has looked a lot better when he has bowled at a fuller length. In the last over, he induced an edge, and the keeper couldn't quite hold on to it. But he has looked a lot better when he has bowled a fuller length.
Not the smoothest of actions, Spencer. Scarlett gets ready to hand over to Victor Eddy. Winding down, another 2 overs after this one. Turned into the onside by Sinclair for a single. Spencer once more, coming towards the end of what has been another long day of cricket. And in the cricketing world today, one has become so accustomed to the 20-over format that anything beyond that in a day is perceived to be pretty long. In fact, nowadays it has boiled down to a 10-10 tournament as we look at that catamaran on the ocean, on the Caribbean Sea, just north of us. Cameraman doing some very good work there. Cameron Kashaf, out of Trinidad and Tobago. Very good camera work there, Victor.
Yes, excellent. And 360 has been doing a very good job. And our producer, but Trinidad and Tobago not playing so well. But here at Warner Park, though, I think that the Guyanese have really, in this second innings, 223, they lead by now, and collectively, I think all their batsmen today batted very good.
Yes, they certainly have batted quite well. In fact, yesterday, Perez, he gave it away for 49, and then we had Nando being run out today for a half century. Anderson, he got 101. And the other batsman to go Savory. Captain is still there. Scotty hat blows away. And play is held up momentarily. Go. Yes, had a very long spell today, an extended spell, and he has bowled. He's in fact in his 25th over, so he has done a lot of bowling today. .94 Imlach, and all eyes would be on Imlach at this point. Lots of time left in the day's play in which to get those 6 runs. 1 over left after this one. That must be bowled, and definitely we will be getting some extra overs in today. Too short, punched into the offside, but up to extra cover. And he can't score as he finds Graves in the way, who fields. See, there's a short turn and a backward point cover, short extra cover. Mid off, long on, short mid wicket, backward square. But it's the end of the over.
Well,
of course, we just see that series being advertised. That series against Australia, starting end of June, going into July. I think it's, of course, we'll have some T20 matches here. Australia, of course, coming up against the West Indies. And, of course, we'll be seeing some changes to the leadership side of the West Indies team. Victor. The T20 team will now be led by Shai Hope. Of course, Diane Sammy will be coaching the test team outside the off stump from Spencer. And Australia, of course, will be looking to dominate in the series, I'm sure, but West Indies would be looking to put on a good showing.
well, especially in a home series.
Having, of course, beaten Australia in Australia when they last toured to Australia in one of the test matches. That match, of course, bringing Sharma Joseph into prominence in the driven into the offside. So Imlach on 94. 224 is the lead. 224 for 4 effectively. And Victor, my good friend Carlisle would tell me that Leeward still in it a very good chance, and can't disagree with him totally. It's cricket we are playing, and anything can happen, but certainly I would say at this point Guyana has very much of an edge. Short, pushed into the offside, quick single.
Yeah, because how Guyana has approached their second innings have been very good. And all the batsmen so far has gotten good scores. And it shows that they really, first of all, they had to erase the lead, and they went about it in an appropriate way, no indiscretions, The only indiscretions was that unfortunate run out by Nandu.
225 the lead. Sinclair is showing the full face of the bat. And goes back up on the offside.
And Sinclair in the first innings he was very aggressive. He struck it from ball one. That was in the first innings when Guyana scored the 193 all out. But thus far, not bad either. 26 he's on from some 64 deliveries.
So Spencer. It's pulled into the onside by Sinclair. Could get 4. Fuck, it's well stopped there. Just inside the boundary. And what looked like 4. Well, a good job there done by looks like Karima Go. And he certainly did a good job. Gave good chase.
Yeah,
stopped it just inside the boundary.
Yeah, good sprint indeed.
In fact, that's the emergency fieldsman Landefort out of St. Martin that Karim will go. So good work by the young man.
Yes. Very quick over the outfield he was. Well, Captain Amlak getting closer to the 100 mark. He's now 371 for 4.
So we have had 132 overs completed, and we have had the 90 mandatory overs in the day's play. It's just about 4:38 by my watch.
Well, in that process, Leeward Islands would be hoping that they can get a few more wickets before the close of play. But on the other hand, Guyana will try to avoid that and really keep on batting as good as how they have been batting all day on this third day encounter here at Warner Park against the Leeward Islands.
See Durham on the field. Landeford is also on the field, the emergency fielders. Of course, Cornwall has left the field. And Spencer would have left the field also after the last over he bowled. So this ball has certainly gone a long way today for the Leeward Islands. 132.1 overs old. Outside the off stump, and Imlak posing as if he was planning to cut that one, but then pulled out of the shot. Victor, I suspect that there would be some football action later, turned into the onside, and Imlak gets his, in fact, back for the second run. So he picks up another 2, and he's 2 runs away from a landmark.
Yes, and Captain Imlak for Guyana. He has batted very good, sensible batting, intelligent batting.
Oh my goodness. That one came back, and Imlak was padding up, not playing a shot. Passing just outside off stump though.
Yeah, he judged it well.
So one delivery left in this over. And Imlach is on 98. So play will continue up to 5 o'clock, despite the fact that the 90 overs for the day's play has been completed. Forces up to cover and is content with just the single.
So Imlach will be on strike. He's now, what, 99? So if he gets his 100, this will be the second one of this innings, because Kevlon Anderson, he got to 101 before he was caught off the bowling of Hayden Walsh Jr., holding out to a fielder who was on the backward square leg boundary. A few spectators there on the southern end, and the ones looked like Carlton Dupont, a very regular personality and cricketing fan there, being vocal as usual. It's Carlton Dupont.
Yes, as usual, having a conversation. And, you know, he's always very vocal and always has an opinion. Arms pumping. Typical Carlton.
You better believe that.
Carlton, of course, follows cricket all around the world.
Yeah.
He's been to England. He's been around the Caribbean. He's been to other places.
Yes, he has toured a lot around, looking at West Indies more specifically, when they played whomsoever.
Oh, that one is very wide. In fact, going past the return crease and signal wide too by the umpire. Outside the off stump. Wide again. But this time no signal from the umpire. This time it's overpitched. And ricochets from Durham. Imlach picks up a single, he picks up his 100, and well played, young man.
Yeah, very well played, and captaining Imlach getting to 100 and raising his bat, looking to his dugout and showing his appreciation to his teammates, and his non-striker Kevin Sinclair came down and gave him his congratulations. Very well played, Imlach.
So Guyana has fought back well in this match. At one point they looked to be down and out, but certainly they have fought back well. As this one is defended to short mid-on by Sinclair this time. And the run. Push back to Walsh, and he feels to his own bowling. A few spectators would have come in during the course of the afternoon. Victor pushed into the offside, just a single.
Yeah, a few more spectators, and there might just also be a few to our right in the Calvin Wilkin Pavilion also too.
So Imlach is defending once more. It goes into the offside. The over comes to an end. And at the end of that over, it's 377 for 4.
Batsmen for Guyana, and Imlach, more in particular, the captain, he is 100 not out. Having scored 207 deliveries he have received, 377 it is for Guyana batting a second time, with a lead of 235. So very well organized, and there you can see when the captain Amlak, now you see him on screen looking to the heavens, and no doubt probably would be saying a prayer and thanking the Lord for his blessings, and now raising his helmet and then directing his bat to his dugout. And Kevin Sinclair just quietly played that to mid-off and no run as Gore continues from that Southern Alozac Road end. Play down to short third man, and it seems like is that Michael Louis there? And seemed like that one caught him on the finger. He's lying on the surface. Yes, it is Michael Louis, so he's gonna get some assistance now from the physio, who is now going out to provide some attendance as Jama Hamilton is there with him, but the physio is out there now. But 377 for 4. So play has been held up momentarily here at one apart because a ball was played down to Michael Louis at short point, where it seems like he has got it on his right fingers. So the physio is now doing some work with Michael Louis. That one which was played down to short third man, and he got it on his fingers, and right away the physio came on and he's getting some assistance. 377 for 4. Guyana batting a second time, leading now by 235. This is their second innings. The sun is back with us now in its brilliance.
So we are coming towards the end of the day's play. Play held up a bit due to that injury to Michael Louis. Seems to be okay. Just having some strappings done to his finger, and he picks up his position. Of course, the Leeward's well ahead of the bowling weight, and in fact we are into overtime now, and in fact we are 2.2 overs into overtime, so we'll have some extra overs today as this one is pushed up to Greaves. So it's good to see that the bowling weight certainly picked up yesterday. Yesterday we had the extra over. The first day, of course, we would have lost some 12 overs due to slow overweight, but yesterday an extra over, and today we'll have some extras also. Cloud gathering again, and Victor, I don't know if you're a fan of Calypso, but I think it might have been Lord Short who sang a song with some lyrics. I see dark cloud gathering, and I can see some gathering over the Boardwalk area.
27 degrees, partly cloudy. That's the forecast reading from here on in, and it's brilliant sunshine though at Warner Park.
Sinclair is defending, and see one cruise ship about to leave the harbor as that over comes to an end, and it's now 377 for 4. 135 overs being bowled with this ball there. Quite astonishingly, though, Victor, there are just 9 extras in the innings.
Yeah, and in all activities, that is very good in terms of the extras column.
I think mostly those are no balls, though.
Yeah, it would have been more no balls. A few wides, but I think no balls would have exceeded the wides, yeah. 377 for 4. 235 is the lead that Guyana has. And up to this point, I would say that Guyana have had the better part of this day's play.
Well, most definitely they started the day with just 1 wicket down. And at lunch they were 222 for 2 from the overnight position of 137 for 1. They were 5 runs behind the lead, which was posted by the Leewards. Lunch 222 for 2. T 326 for 3. Down to long on for single by Imlak. Imlak then was on 82, Savory 20. And now they are in a strong position, I would say. 238 runs on with just some 4 wickets down.
Yeah, and they're now also sharing a 50-run partnership to Imlak and Sinclair. So in this innings for Guyana too, they have had partnerships.
Well, it's always important you build good scores on partnerships. Right, and if you do the maths, if every wicket gives you a 50-run partnership, and this one coming from the inner portion and going down into the Lake Gully region.
That was an interesting delivery. We will see it now on the monitor.
Full pitched, he was looking to drive. He took the inner portion of the bat and went past the stumps into the Lake Gully region. Lucky not to have played that one on. But partnerships are important. And by partnerships, I don't mean 10 or 15 runs partnership. Something of substance. Sinclair gets a single up to towards backward point, and the over comes to an end. So 136, 4 extra overs so far, Victor.
Yes, indeed.
And perhaps time for another over or 2. We'll just have to wait and see.
Yes.
Hands over the clock. Going towards the 5 o'clock hour. Of course, my time is not official time.
So am I.
Victor is saying 4:56.
Yeah.
But we wait and see. We should have, we definitely will have 1 over left, probably 2, or another one after this one. And it's going to be Henry to bowl this over, Kadeem Henry. And he bowls with both hands, ambidextrous.
Wow, that's very...
And let's see which hand he's going to use.
Very talented.
He's bowling to the right-handed Kevin Sinclair.
Another good partnership today for the Guyana team was between Nando and Anderson, which gave them 91. So...
Well, it seems as though he's going to be using his left hand.
Wow, that's a lot of versatility. Well, I mean, in my recollection of thoughts, it might have happened, but I can't remember seeing that before. Where
just happened. He's been in world cricket to the Victor.
No, I mean,
there's a son who bowls with both arms. I know there's a chap in India who does the same thing. So there are a couple of them around. I think there's one in Australia also who bowls with both arms. think the Sri Lankan would have played under 19 World Cricket. I can't recall his name at the moment, but Kadeem Henry is such a versatile player.
Yes.
I've seen him in the match against Trinidad bowl right arm, off spin, but I'm seeing him for the first time bowling with his left hand. And as you can see, he has good control with the left hand.
Very good skill, very good skill, very good skill.
So ambidextrous and very exceptional skill. There are not too many who can do that. He's getting a bit of purchase.
Wow, that's very skillful.
This one is driven up to extra cover and fielded there by Graves.
And he looks quite comfortable too in his approach, and just a few strides.
Well, he wouldn't be doing it at this level if he was not competent at what he was doing. So the umpire walks away, the umpires, and that over comes to an end. It's a maiden over by the ambidextrous Kadeem Henry.
Yes, and it was a good one. And that type of skill and art, like all other skills, would take a lot of practice too to be that accurate, and especially in his first over, he was right on target.
Well, I guess it's a question of how you grow up, as it seems as though we're going to get another over in.
Yes, we definitely are.
So I would have predicted at one point at 4 o'clock we should have been getting at least another 12 overs in, so it seemed as though I was right on target. But Victor, you grow up doing these things and it becomes natural. Some people are just blessed with the skill of using both hands equally.
Mm-hmm. Because there are some persons who can write too well with both hands.
Yes, certainly.
Yeah.
Had a nephew, Victor, who was right-handed, and the only thing I ever saw that nephew do with his left hand was to pitch marbles. Rather strange, but that was the case.
Mm-hmm.
And I say had because he passed away some years ago. Several years ago.
That too was a special talent and special gift.
I don't know if it was a talent or gift, pitching marbles.
Well, no, I meant in terms of the.
Being able to do that.
No, I meant in terms of the hands and how he utilized the hands.
Yes, but certainly he pitched marbles with that left hand. Well, you do know that there are some cricketers, international cricketers, who bowl with the left hand and throw it the right. Patel Wingon comes to mind immediately. There was a Peterson from South Africa who does that. Yeah. And then there's this fast bowler from England. I can't recall his name at the moment, but he would have represented England. He bowls with the left and throws with the right, which could be very deceptive for fielders.
When you may think that, especially if you've never seen him before and playing in the match, you might think, well, that is the weaker side, but that looks like the conclusion.
Yes, so it's the end of the day's play. We would have had some 138 overs bowled in the day's play. And it means that they would have bowled an extra 6 overs. Of course, 90 overs mandated in the day's play. And at the end of the day's play, Guyana, they are 384 for 4. They are leading by some 239 runs. And Tevin Imlak is on 104 not out and Sinclair is on 30 not out. And you would have had Anderson getting 101 and Nando also getting a half century. I think he would have gotten some 66 runs. Those were the main contributors for Guyana. So that's the situation here at the close of play on day 3. Tomorrow promises to be an interesting one. We hope that it's an exciting one also. With Guyana having a lead of 239 runs. And the question is, what would be the Guyanese approach tomorrow, whether they would be thinking in terms of going for quick runs and give the Leeward Islands a target to go at. I suspect that they would want to insert the Leeward Islands at some point tomorrow, but no doubt we'll be thinking in terms of safety. But that's the situation here at Warner Park. At the end of day 3, Guyana 381 for 4 after some 138 overs. And we'll be back tomorrow to continue the broadcast.